And yeah, hoping for the best for everyone, hoping everyone's
Mhm.
safe and sound in their homes today. I know we're at the English broadcast where everyone, especially not only in the Philippines, of course, if it's raining, hope you're safe. Even in other parts of the world, hope you are all guys staying safe and sound and staying healthy. But still have a lot of Wildrift action that we're gonna
Yeah.
see today, and I can't wait, man. I just can't wait to see
Mhm.
Game 2 because Oasis Gaming has already stroked the first blood, already stroked the first strike,
Mhm.
and everything first here in our series. And then um,
Mhm.
I know you were talking about Lulu and
Yeah. Mhm.
and Chantlers and Nami before we left, but any other champions or any other interactions that you want to see between these two teams?
We are going to talk about the mid lane matchup we are seeing here. I want Helios pop up here in this game. I want him to use his comfort assassin champion. Don't ban the Z, Oasis. Don't ban the Z. But
Uh,
we'll see. We are seeing Oasis here respecting really those comfort champions against or RQ, because if
uh,
be given here, there you go, the Z indeed. But if it will be given to the side of RQ, you'll expect, of course, these players, Helios specifically, will take advantage of it.
yeah, Helios would definitely take advantage when gonna
There you
be
go, the
left
Lulu.
with some of these AD
Hmm.
assassins. And yeah, Lulu, as we were talking
Yeah.
very
Hmm.
much about earlier, it has been targeted by RQ, already had their sights on it and take away, as well as the Vayne, taking away those two champions away from the twin connection in the bot
Oh
side
yeah.
with the Nogard and Ethic Nomad. Just wanted to also say that out there because
No
even
way.
though we are in the English broadcast, if you guys have all noticed, the names of Oasis Gaming, a lot of their members are the opposite spelling of what they should be in the English
Yeah.
language. But yeah, with the bands you see here, a lot of the bands have been targeted against Helios, Devil
Mm,
Jake, and Chaz on the side of Oasis Gaming, which has left
okay.
this Gragas up for the taking. And RRQ still a lot of strong champions still left on the
Mm.
board. The Set, the Jace, and the Camille are still left to be picked up by Oasis Gaming if they want to.
Ooh, interesting. I think we're seeing some switcheroo here. Of course, Crazy Apple. It is going to be RRQ this time around. We'll secure this Gragas. Gragas has been one of the key elements there to disrupting that follow up. Yeah, we have seen, right, the Rakan initiating the team fight, but no follow up, because one factor is that explosive cast. So it's gonna be denied against Oasis here. But look at this one, RRQ, a switcheroo indeed. I think they are going for this Riven right now, and Riven for Helios has been
Oh,
pretty good. He's doing a great performance in this champion. Speaking of comfort champions, RQ locking it in.
yeah, RQ locking in that that Darius. And early on in game
Mm.
one, you were saying that hey, it could be another Renekton Darius in the top side. It could very well be again coming into game two. And I feel like there's been this trend right now for the side of RQ. Whenever they have finalized their role swap for Exos and giving him that support
Mhm.
position, I always have this feeling now that their first pick is always for Exos. And it is still a flex on that Gragas,
Yeah.
but we have seen Exos and piloting that champion in the support position alongside Marky. So I feel like there's an 80 to 90% chance that Gragas is gonna go into the hands of Exocet.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, for sure. This is one of the great things of having a first pick Gragas as well, is the flexibility. And great thing is RRQ also has the flexibility in using different champions as well. We and on the other side though, Corky has been locked in. Demon Kite for sure probably is going to use this one, and we have seen Dragon as well for this hard engagers. I think that Lulu and Vayne already been taken out. I guess this funneling strategy for that Lulu will be taken out in the picture here. Going to rely for this twin connection, the double D connection once again. It's gonna be an AP carry plus a hard engager support for Dragon.
Yeah, this Corky could still go into the hands of Ida. So
Ah,
right
for
now
sure,
I'm
yeah. Correct.
looking at RRQ who are they're gonna be banning last, because the first pick of the second pick phase is gonna be on the hands of Oasis, and they could very well take away the Ziggs away from Marky that's already banned out the Lux. But still a lot of options for
Mm.
Oasis. This set could still go into the hands of dragon there. But quickly, we have seen the picks. They have locked in that Camille, and I feel like Camille's gonna go into the top side. Morgana, right, is still very much open, and still, as we mentioned earlier, Ziggs can still be picked up by Morgana.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's true. We have seen this RQ, of course, Marky and Exosen also going to go for that double AP combination here. And probably gonna go for that. Oh, instead an Ash here. Interesting. So an Ash, they do now a hard initiator with that enchanted crystal arrow, and we have seen how that skill could be beneficial when it comes to initiations and starting team fights. And this is a surprise for me, to be honest. And the Yumi, of course. Why did I miss that one? Crazy Apple? They do have the Riven here as well, and we have seen the funneling strategy going to switch into the side of RRQ this time around. But the last pick, Garen. It's been a while to see this Dimashian joining us here in the Rift. They lock in the side of Oasis.
Yeah, this Garen's probably gonna go to the hands of Isilla, gonna go against that Darius. Instead of that Renekton, they want this guy, this big beefy tank, to just be knocks out a lot of the members of RRQ. And I think the question for me now for RRQ is when they locked in this Yumi. We initially thought this Yumi was gonna go, or rather, Gragas was gonna be in the hands of Exocet, but I was looking earlier, and when they locked in that Ashe, they don't have a lot of damage, and picking that Yumi doesn't really give them any damage at all. So right now I'm just asking myself, where's the damage gonna come from RRQ? Ashe is still a traditional marksman, but she's not in the way same scaling as, let's say, Vayne or even Kaisa. Gragas in the mid lane will provide some magic damage for the side of RRQ, but at the same time, compared to what Oasis Gaming is rocking right now in their composition, they have the Corki for that balance of magic damage and physical damage. They have the Jace. They also have two beefy tanks on the set, and the Garen. And it's kind of hard for me right now to see how RRQ will be winning these team fights. Obviously, the goal of this team is go for picks, go across the map, look for lone members of Oasis Gaming to be able to pick them off. But we always look at team fights as well, because Wildrift has such fast gameplay that you're always going to get pulled into these objective takes. And right now, RRQ, I need to see them make this happen with the team comp that they have.
Oh my, very risky indeed, but I see the firepower going into Jazz with that UV. This is probably a concentrated firepower here for the jungler for the side of RRQ. But you are right, Crazy Apple. In the side here of Oasis, they do have a Corki, you have a Jace as well. And too much CC as well is very available here for the side of their composition. It's going to be hard here for RRQ, but they need this proper execution to pull it.
Yeah, they do need to have a lot of execution as well. So it's gonna make it very complex for them. But I was looking as well at the jungle pathing right now, because Shaz and Eta have both a lot of ways to influence the mid, Helios and Edaf. And this is I mentioned essentially champions in the middle, though Estella having them with
Oh, still managed to survive here, and despite, of course, we are seeing that heavy aggression coming in from Isilla, Devil J was still going to push it through. I think this is a really good matchup as well between them here. 2 execution kills. You have that Dimashian Justice and that also Noxian Guillotine. It's just fun to see those 2 tanks. It's going to be an NBA 1v1 there on the top side for sure. But meanwhile here, the bots, Oasis Gaming, I think they're preparing to go for the camp. Nope, just secure the Scutler.
Yeah, just a secure. It's also a different form of the 2 junglers. Where is the weak side of the map for their respective teams, and just took the Surf Scuttle. They are stronger. Saw again passing into the right there. So this point in time, the first small map have been taken with both of these teams. Still, the first blood. We a couple at this point, and the first blood happening here and there, but still for those teams, you can really see teams are approaching this game at this point very disciplined. Enough though, maybe try she tank here in the bot side is spotted out by
Yep.
that by the coming out Project Ash skin. So no, right, they're approaching the 3 minute mark here. Then we are
Mhm.
about to hit the objective. One of the keys right here gonna be for our escape to level 5 and
Yeah.
maybe a champion from Oasis Gaming before they go for the right here, the priority queue. Help bot lane with the shove, but again,
Great hextech ultimatum. Great, of course, team fight as well for the side of Oasis Gaming. Secured first blood. Rotations for ETAF is on point.
yeah, and I was talking about how it's gonna be the first pick coming from RRQ trying to get that into the team fight, but Eta already hitting that level 5 is currently level 6, went to the top side with Devil J, made that shove.
What a
Exo
great
Sendo.
showstopper there. And that is unfortunate for the side of RQ. 2 kills in a row for side of Oasis. And you do have the late game victory conditions as well. It's looking great here.
I don't think you want that to happen with your
Exactly.
Yumi. You
Mhm.
Exocet getting pulled by Dragon. You know, that's not even an interaction. When you're on your in your allied champion, when you're attached to the Ash, you can't just pull the cat out. So Exocet jumping out, maybe going for that cheeky on attack was timed well by Dragon. So great series of mechanical plays right there in the bot side, giving two quick kills for the side of Oasis Gaming. Right now, the objectives have spawned into the map. Looks like it might be a handshake right here. Chaz is on the Herald, while the Cloud Drake is being secured right here by Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, for sure. I think RRQ doesn't have the firepower yet because they have been harassing or 2 kills in a row. And Chaz right now is going to secure this referral. And look at Exosen. I think this is their composition, of course, victory conditions as well being set in. They need to have Chaz go online. So Exosen will prioritize their jungler here for the side of RRQ, deal a lot of damage, deal a lot of pickoff, and they have to rely for that enchanted crystal arrow to initiate the team fights. But we are seeing here a switch of lanes right now. Marky on the mid, and it is going to be Helios on the bot.
Yeah, Demon Kite as well reacting to that already in the mid lane, using the package to just clear the way because there was no real objective to be taken since both the Herald and the Dragon has been taken by both teams. At this point, though, if we look at the items, we are seeing a plethora of black cleavers, 5 black cleavers on the map right now, 2 on the side of RQ and 3 on the side of Oasis Gaming. And so it's going to be the Triforce for ETAF on that Camille. So a lot of these first item buys are being bought right now by these teams. But still, let's go back to the win conditions. RRQ right now needs to get these pick off because that's how they're gonna get the lead. They have a lot of tools to be able to do that. But Oasis Gaming just needs to weather the storm. They have the Corki, they have Demon Kite to scale in this game. They're all gonna have a lot of plethora of damage on their side and a lot of scaling tankiness as well. I think RQ is gonna have a really hard
Yeah.
cutting later. So RQ on time, Murphy need to force these fights.
And forcing it is. They are going to summon the Rift Herald in the middle lane, but look at Oasis Gaming putting pressure in the mid as well. And what was that? That is going to be a burst. EDAF just being obliterated there. And now the first start being secured here for the side of RRQ in the mid. No, my bad, Crazy Apple. I think it was Oasis first, taking down the target in the mid.
Yeah, Oasis was the one. Oasis took the first tower in the mid lane, while Shelly, I believe, took the tower in the bot side of the map. Even getting a second tap with that inner tier turret. So that was a very efficient Shelly tackle right there. Great job for Shelly to at least have sacrificing her life for the greater good of our RQ. But let's take stock of where things stand. We didn't really see the kill on Edda, but I believe it started out with an arrow from Marky, and RQ was just able to layer the CC and pick him up. So great heads up play right there from RQ, but they still need to do more. Look at where Oasis Gaming is. 4 members right now in the top side of the map. Maybe wanting a tower dive from Devil J. No, they're backing away, looking at some picks here in the jungle.
Speaking of which, Dragon is here being spotted by Chaz as well. Here comes the enchanted arrow here for the initiation. But mitigated here by Istila with a judgment, but next target will be Dragon instead. Flashes out,
That's
but
a weird
still
flash.
trapped in the pit. The body slam, and oh my goodness, it is gonna be unfortunate for him, outnumbered in that situation. Double J going to force it again. The flash has been used though. Transition on the top side. Explosive cast on point. Going to go for that attack, but the Hextech ultimatum from the side of Camille. But the damage and just sustained from RRQ is still there. Managed to turn around the T fight.
But they're buying time for EDUP. Still pushing here. EDUP almost falling down the top side of the map. Still not getting able to take the kill. J-Slow is backing away right now. Dragon just chasing off Hughes. Oh wait, another fight.
Great showstopper. Flash to go back away. There's the Yumi there. Oh, sweet play there. Coming in from the side of Exo, Sen, and Helios. And I really thought that was a pick-off already for the side of Oasis. But in the meantime, we are seeing that RRQ are now being the aggressors here. They are waiting for that enchanted arrow to follow up with a pickup.
Yeah, they are. They're indeed. RQ is fighting back into this game. Both objectives have come again. The Herald and the Mountain Drake. But looks like Oasis Gaming doesn't want to let this go.
That is Silla trying to go for the Vanguard play. Demon Tide popping off with a package. Out of position though, but still that needs to be a flash out. But it is going to be Chaz securing that Rift Herald, backing away, still managed to survive. And Devil J out of position, running back here, trying to go for the poke. Marky is there with the arrows here, but Snap secures the kill against Helios. Here comes the final chapter, but out of position. Exo Sen will be the next one to go down under the turret with the heals, additional sustain to survive a Chaz.
Oh, they didn't know. I thought then I thought the Exocet was gonna give up Chaz right in the bush right there, because he really stopped himself from attaching into the rivet that was about to recall. But I think the player right there for Exocet was he was waiting for the last second recall to attach to Chaz, so that when Chaz goes up into the heavens and goes back to his base, Exocet can hitch a ride with him. But the thing is, the timing was a bit off. I thought it was gonna go all bonkers for our Q. Chaz wasn't discovered. At least he was able to get away. But let's take stock of where this all started, Deadeye, because that was a crazy series of events. All started with Dragon failing a flash into the Herald pit. He was supposed to flash on the other side of the wall. It's too thick though, so it's really hard. Like it's gonna be a very hard flash for the set, knowing that he's just a big muscles guy right here. So it's not as easy a flash for him. But overall, that fight went towards the side of Oasis Gaming, and it all started with the package being thrown by Demon Kite into the pit. Having that wedge in between the members of our up, so they were able to just won by, and Oasis Gaming was able to win that attrition for RQ in the Rift Herald. Going back right now into the current state of the game, we are approaching 11 minutes. Are completing their second item. Still, look at where that match out of that match right now in the gold department is Demon Kite. You know that Corky is gonna be the main damage leader in the stages of the game, because he's gonna pile up a lot of crit items later on and hit like a truck the members of RRQ.
True, Crazy Apple. And you know, in the side of RRQ this time around, they rely heavily on the crystal arrow for those initiations, right? But meanwhile, we are seeing some defense coming in from the side of RRQ. Going to push through, that apprehended that Connecto, and that arrow as well, missing its mark. And here comes the Hextech ultimatum. Going to go for the counter attack. Oasis is there. Chaz backs away. Final chapter as well, finishing it up, missing his mark. But that is a great showstopper there for Dragon. Under the turret though, this is a heavy risk for the side of Oasis Gaming. Look at the folks on the slows. Mark is there with Chaz securing kills after kills against Oasis. Disaster strikes against the side of Oasis there.
Deadeye, it was just turnaround for them. Oasis Gaming was the one who first turned around. Demon Kite again turning around, trying to get a kill on Marky right here, but not able to finish the job. But with the
Wow.
momentum right now on the side of RQ, they're able to secure a mid lane turret. But going back to where that fight all started, it was RQ trying to force the issue on Oasis
Mm.
Gaming. They were able to sidestep a lot of the initial engages coming from RQ, and the chase began when Oasis Gaming turned around and said, "We're gonna kill the members of RQ," but they went in too deep. They went into the
Yeah.
tower, they dove the members of RQ, and they were able to be picked off one by one by one, and eventually it was 3-4-2 in favor of RQ as the Drake is about to come up. Now, Ocean Drake is live with Oasis Gaming in position.
Dragon though has the vision. Trying to go for the stun. Speaking of stun, the enchanted crystal arrow connects there, but no more ultimate coming in from Marky. Perfect opportunity for the side of Oasis to take the dragon, but they are still respecting RRQ's power for that contest. And I guess RRQ here backs out. This is what I'm saying, Crazy Apple. Without that ECA, or Enchanted Crystal Arrow, there you go. It's gonna be difficult for the side of RQ. But
I love
I
it.
thought this is gonna be a pick of play. The flash has been used here coming in from the side of RQ. They are going to back away, and again, without that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, aka ECA, for the side of RQ,
The
it's
ECA.
really difficult for them to initiate these team fights. Oasis has so many kids. You have here Dawn, you have here
Riven,
Dragon
though.
on that showstopper, but Noah Chaz again is gonna be picked off. Oh, timely for that stasis, but he's outnumbered.
ECA
Again,
hits.
ECA hits, but it's not enough though. Outnumbered RRQ. Yet another disaster for them.
That was an overextension right there from Chaz. He stayed a bit too late along with Exos and thought that he had maybe 200 kilometers per hour's movement speed with that cat, but it wasn't enough. Now it's a 5v3 right here. Baron is about to be secured by Oasis Gaming.
This is gonna be disparate contest here. Explosive cast here, trying to go for the reset. But look at Oasis Gaming. This is our swamp. Go back away, and this is gonna be again a massacre for them. RRQ holding their ground, apprehend against Dragon there, but the sustain is still lingers on. Devil J falls down. Oasis Gaming another win on the big team fight.
Yeah, but they weren't able to take the Baron. Still, the chase here for Etaf, and Helios does not convert to a kill for Ida. Let's go back to where it all started. It all started with Exosen and Chaz getting picked up to the top side, and Oasis Gaming went into the Baron pit trying to get RRQ to come in. RRQ did bite the bait, but the explosive cast was very key to stop Oasis Gaming from finishing off that Baron. Chaz with the cat right here, about to go for round 2.
This is indeed difficult here again. The ECA there. Going to initiate the team fight. Chaz, final chapter, missing a smart hextech ultimatum. No more stasis there. Oh my goodness, Oasis Gaming secures the deal with a pickoff. 4 players against RRQ. I guess this is going to be the nail in the coffin. Crazy Apple beeline into the Nexus.
Oasis Gaming paying the Nexus right now of RRQ. They know what they need to do. They have the eyes on the prize. It looks like it's going to be the series for Oasis Gaming.
Indeed, concentrate here for the Nexus takedown. Still, it is going to be Oasis Gaming. Here the second round, Robin secures the win against RRQ.
Yeah, RRQ unfortunately losing 2-0. Oasis Gaming completing the revenge arc against RRQ, even though this is a revamped roster from RRQ. They have finalized Exosen into that support position, Helios in the mid lane. You know, this team, Oasis Gaming, has already felt Helios in the mid lane, but still, they gathered themselves, went for the, used the momentum, rather, from yesterday's series against Team Secret, and have now completed that arc against RRQ, beating them in the second round robin of the group stages. And just a beautiful game right there from Oasis Gaming, being able to just throw counter punches on every RRQ play.
Yeah, and somehow you have a great point there on during the drafts, Crazy Apple, that indeed RRQ's basically lacking the firepower needed here. They rely so much for Chaz for that in that department here. Yes, you do have Helios. Yes, you do have Devil J. But after that initial fight, there's not enough DPS damage compared here for the side of Oasis Gaming. There's so much more power here, and they have the CCs needed here for the pickups as well. Difficult to execute for the side of RQ, and this is just a cheap player we have seen so far, Crazy Apple. And I laughed so hard in that situation. I really thought that is going to be Chaz will be picked up in that situation. But yeah, as you mentioned, it was RQ here initiating the team fight. But as if this team fight will prolong, the punishment against RQ is just greater here because Oasis Gaming too much firepower in their arsenal as well.
Oh, we even had a replay on the replay. But to be fair, for Oasis Gaming right there, Deadeye, they dove a tower. Like, I don't think there was still gonna be any damage coming out from RRQ, as we mentioned earlier in the pick and ban phase. And I think my big what if in the pick and ban phase is, what if they didn't last pick the Yuumi? Because I don't think they needed Yuumi in this team comp. They needed damage. They could have just put Exocent on the Gragas, because we have seen him use the Gragas. True. They could have put Helios on maybe the Tryndamere of all things. Maybe maybe switch the Riven out, put a different jungler chest. Maybe put the Kha'Zix, because Kha'Zix Riven with an Ashe could very well been a good pick comp for them. But none of this happened, and I'm just so confused with the pick and ban phase for RQ for Game 2. Just so weird to me. But still, enough about RQ for now, because we are showing you guys right now the player of the game graphic, and it's gonna be Demon Kite on that Corki.
Oh wow, this guy, just his champion pool is just so wide as well. Demon Kite here on the Corki. Yeah, they do ban Lulu Vayne, but still they can deliver here, especially this guy. Demon Kite is also one of the biggest contributor when it comes to the damage department here for the side of Oasis Gaming. So my goodness, they have swept RRQ Crazy Apple here in the second day. Momentum is building up on this team right now. Shaky second week, but look at them recover very quickly against high tier teams. Now, this is a big statement that indeed Oasis Gaming found their niche in the competition.
Yeah, they found their groove essentially here, and it really showed you. I think the blueprint right now, if I was Oasis Gaming, is let's put Demon Kite on a marksman, any marksman, and it just proved so well for them. Have Demon Kite and Dragon just play together, and have the rest of the members just run through other teams, just run interference, be a distraction, because as we've seen from Oasis Gaming earlier, they really are good at relying on Demon Kite to be able to really carry them through these games. And I love to see how we have these big players on these rosters. Like if we look at Team Underground, they have Lara One. On Team Secret, they have Kurti Tatsuri playing out his mind earlier, and now we have Demon Kite, who's just solidifying himself as one of the best Dragon laners here in the WCS.
Yeah, this is great when it comes to second round robin, Crazy Apple, because we can already see the full potential of the teams, and especially the playoffs is in the line here. Every execution should be executed 100%, of course, into their favor. And ladies and gentlemen, that was the second series. It is going to be Oasis Gaming taking over RRQ in a 2-2-0 sweep. And there are still more series to come, more Wildrift action. So don't go away. We will be right back.
Feels right. I can't lie. sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies. Knowing that the way is right. Guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry?
Welcome back to the WCS PH, where our predictions just continue to be thrown out the window. Nobody's getting any
Right.
scores today.
Right.
Nobody.
Oasis 2. And then RRQ 0, Panel
Yeah.
0. Okay.
Panel zero.
Good trend.
Panel zero. It's a 2-0. Not in favor of the panel, but it is a 2-0 in favor of Oasis Gaming. And jumping into our series highlights here, Autolus. I know we were saying how RRQ's new synergy has been working well for them, but today it seems like they had a little bit of a disconnect.
Yeah, well, there's because there's so many things happening whenever you have to face Oasis. Oasis is going to continue to make plays all across the map, and you wouldn't really be able to stop Demon Kite to scale up because of the talent that he has as a Dragon Laner. As seen on game number 1, I was waiting. Actually, RQ was on I would say time bomb, because the other side, Oasis, had the scaling. They had the Kaisa, and at one point there was one clash in where RQ overcommitted their skills. And even though there were numbers disadvantage for RQ, for Oasis, Demon Kite was still able to kite his way out of that fight and just win it for them. For game number 2, I believe Dash has more inputs.
Yeah. Honestly, on the side right now for RQ during game 2, it was kind of slowly but surely going into the point in where Oasis just got the advantage there. Because, whenever you have a Corki on your team, you're just expecting him to scale up like how Akaisa does. But it was just because it was super hard for XSN to do anything, because most of the time, Dragon times it right. Whenever he gets out, Dragon flashes in, gets a face breaker in, and whenever they do go for clashes, it's always the showstopper that stops them to the face breaker. And that's why Oasis, after all their skills for the side of RQ falls down, that is when Oasis converges on one target, and that Demolition Justice would just cancel one down. And that's already a 4v5 already.
Yeah, just wanted to say that Garen, Camille, Jace, Corki, and Seth on one team. All the meta champions that we have so far in the meta for the Philippines Wildrift WCS. It was over to Oasis Gaming. So at one point, I was scared for RQ just from the draft alone. And that fear did converge into a defeat. And in the end, Oasis 2-0.
Yeah. The Oasis definitely brought out the all-star cast of the meta, so to say. And it really just goes to show, with regards to RRQ, needing to sort of like work out the kinks in the roster. It's still there. We definitely know that since the first weeks, they have improved greatly, but there's still a little bit there in Oasis Gaming. That is definitely why they are a national team and they are a powerhouse here at the WCS. Let's bring on over our representatives from Oasis Gaming for our interview and welcome them back to the panel desk. I believe we have Anna. Etaf.
And
Edaf.
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 Edaf
Hello.
from Oasis Gaming. Hello. Welcome to the panel and congratulations on your win. I have a bit of a funny question for you guys because I heard this sort of
thank
going on sa watch party, sa PPGL watch party, and this was a topic of discussion. Syempre, pagkasama na kayo sa bootcamp, and kasama nyo si Demon Kite at si Dragon, how do you tell them apart? Ano ba yung difference between them? Bilang teammates kayo.
Sa umpisa po, nung una ko po sila nakita, nalilito rin po ako kasi magkamukha po. Pero ngayon po, pinagkaiba po nila yung hikaw po talaga. Si Golden po,
Ikaw din.
dalawa po
Accessory
sa kaliwa. Tapos kay Dragon po, kabila. Hanggang nakabisado na lang po namin.
Pero paano kung wala? Paano kung
Pag
tinanggal
wala
nila?
po parang, di ko po alam, parang hirap po. Pero pag nakasabay na po namin, kahit po nakataligod, kilala na po namin ngayon. Sanay na po
Wow. Goes to show the bonding indeed of the team. Dash, I'm gonna give it to you first. Do you have any questions for Ida?
Yeah, actually, pero natawa lang ako dun sa kanina. Pero still, again, on the side right now of Oasis, no? Kasi you have won 2 days already. So parang you're building up to that momentum. Nandun na ba kayo sa point na eto na yung comeback nyo sa second round robin? What do you think?
Yung po, simula po kasi nung natalo po kami ng 0-3 last week. Talaga po nag-isip-isip po kami, tapos nagpahinga po kami, tapos nag-grind po kami ng malala. Tapos papakita po namin na deserve po namin na maging top spot po dito sa WCS. Kaya yun po yung ginagawa namin ngayon. Ayun po.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Otolus.
Edaf, same question as yesterday. Kasi eto na naman, nagkaroon na naman ng mini reunion. Ang nakakatapat nyo naman sa kabila ay si Devil J. Naalaskan nyo ba? Nagkaroon ba kayo ng konting banter before the game?
Lagi po kami may asaran po sa group chat po namin ng mga all teammates ko po sa DR Esports. Lagi po kami nag-aasaran po doon kasi magkakaiwalay na po kami ng team . Pero magkakaibigan naman po kami. Mga palaasar lang po.
Exactly. Rivalries in the game pero friends in real life. Expected nothing less. Parang Edaf, congratulations on that win. That was very, very solid. Mika.
Yes, indeed. Idaf, do you have any shoutouts that you'd like to give or maybe messages to all of the fans of Oasis Gaming?
Shoutout po. Shoutout po sa boss po namin. Kay Boss Sara po. Sa pagkukup po sa amin dati. Kasi wala po kaming org dati talaga . Shoutout po. Salamat po sa pagkukup sa amin dito sa Oasis. Di po namin kayo bibigoyin po. Tapos shoutout po sa girlfriend ko po sa bahay, saka po sa baby ko. Nanonood po sila ngayon. Number 1 supporter ko po . Salamat sa suporta. Ayun lang po.
Thank you so much, Ida. Congratulations again on your win, and we look forward to seeing Oasis conquer once again in the rest of your games.
Thank you po.
I had to ask that question. I had to ask that question.
Again. This time it's the same
no,
team.
did you?
RRQ tagged me.
No.
The crying meme face. Let's go.
No.
Oh no. Well, at least you have a jersey. And the jersey's really good. It's still there.
Hey.
There you go.
There you go.
Hey.
Jersey
Not
boss.
going anywhere. Hey, Oasis, let's go. You know what to do.
Well, of course, our next teams and our next series know what to do as well. It is going to be Sunsparks versus Grindsky. Now, Professor Otolus, we do know, of course, that Sunsparks, they have been struggling still. But they've switched things around for week 3, fielding in MGen. So how do you think it's going to affect the series?
I love it. When we talk about MGen, it's actually, you know what? I'm actually I actually want Arjuk more, just because of the familiarity concept with the 3 players on the other side.
Right.
But I would understand the case of fielding in MGen. They needed a big difference, and I feel the playstyle of MGen and Arjuk is that the difference that they need. MGen is more of a damage dealer, but still being able to peel for Consi And Conti and Mgen goes way, way back. When we talk about this duo, I think they've been, a duo partner for over a year. Something that RRQ, remember, I was asking Marky yesterday. He had a lot of supports. So yeah, if there's one thing to do for Sunsparks, that is to bank on the synergy that they already have in the bot lane, so that they can open up the map for their star player in the mid lane, and that's going to be his. Right? We have a mid lane mania happening right now today, Saturday. The numbers is not showing, but definitely the impact is there. He's still going to play the split pusher. I just hope that today we will have Ace on a utility champion, because I believe that's what Sunsparks is. Do not, I would advise them to not really go away from their identity, because that was what won them the game against Team Secret. So yeah, I want them to double down on the Nunu and Willem composition, because why not?
Yeah, why not indeed? And hopefully they are listening to Otalus's advice over here. But of course, on the other side, they will be up against Grindsky Esports. Now, Dash, the console buff has ended, it seems. But does this mean they need a new outing for a new buff? No, I'm kidding. In all seriousness, Grindsky has been doing good and definitely impressing and surprising and calling out the panel.
And I think they really need another console buff if they want to reset what happened during this week. But still, maybe they can still turn this thing around. They just lost yesterday, but still, they might turn things around right now. Grindsky has been outperforming their past selves and were able to answer their past shortcomings, which I like. I've always been very critical of these teams because they are a very early game team. They're a very momentum-based team that if you take them down in the early game, they're just gonna fall. But now, at least, they know how to answer the shortcomings. They know how to end games now. They know how to play the late game. They have better mindset compared to what they were before. They were slowly building their sample, and I love the experiments that they've been doing with the Japs during the past week and are not afraid to push through with them. I remember Tonte having the Zed in the top lane, so that was really cool to see, and they were able to make that effective. So far, they have defeated a lot of teams, and which is the reason why I brought a one-way ticket to the Grindsky hype train. So yes, and somewhat.
Are you not dropping anytime soon?
So you can't hop out.
Yeah, it's a one-way ticket, so I can't hop out.
Bye, Dash.
So but now with this, we can very much highlight one of the players in the team. We have Bambi, has a great pool of champs in the mid lane, but is known to be a beast with Ahri. Everybody has been respecting the Ahri coming in from Bambi, and he knows how to play with a lot of bruisers in mid, usually with the Garen, with the Fiora, and has a big notch in the belt of GS. He has like a champion ocean right now. Yes, this is gonna be him. He has the Diana, he has the Fiora to work with, and yeah, Bambi so far has been really solid. Yeah, he has the Garen also, and he has been very solid so far for the side of Grindsky.
So with that, jumping into our head-to-head here between our mid laners for our mid laner madness over here. Otalus, how do you think this matchup is going to go down?
Okay, as long as Garen gets banned, then I think we will have a high mechanical matchup here in the mid lane, because feel that Hayes still favors to go for the, I'll play you, I'm a kill you on the lane, a Kali Z type of thing. And if the game prior to this is a good indicator, Garen is still very, very strong. Oh my goodness. I don't know what to say about that champion, but I'm also hoping for, Sunsparks to really spice things up. Go for the Blitzcrank. The last time that the Sunsparks and GS met each other, it was the death sentences of Bo that was really on point. So maybe we could see some Hook City today.
Yay.
What about you, Dash?
Something that I want to say. I want to double down on what Otalis said a while ago. He said that Garen has a lot of outplay potential. He puts out the decisive strike, puts out the much injustice. Big outplay already. Yep, high mechanical champion. And he has been super effective, especially for the hands of Bambi whenever he uses it in the mid lane. But I think based on this matchup that we have right now, Bambi and Hayes could potentially, as Otalis said, have a lot of mechanics, especially if Bambi would be able to get that. I'm kind of excited if ever Bambi lets out a natty during this game, but Sunsparks, I think they would respect that.
Yeah, the Garen Valenciano, as Osiris said, is
Garen
definitely definitely
so many
popular.
Garens.
It looks like this Wario is no longer a child, but a very popular man indeed in the WCS Philippines.
Yeah.
And let's head into our predictions right now, which is just going terribly. But I'm gonna start it off. I'm gonna start it off by saying, of course, this is going to Grindsky with a 2-0. And why do I say, of course? I think it's because a new buff has been discovered here for Grindsky.
Okay.
It is
what's
not
that?
just
What
the
is it?
Pansol buff, but I believe it is the support buff coming in by all of the people in the PPGL watch party. I believe we do have Berlin there. I believe we do have Boss Don in there as well. Vermilion, I know you're watching as well. All part of Grindsky. I think that is most definitely contributing to their win today. Dash, what do you think? Is the support buff,
Yeah.
the RIL support buff coming in?
I'm kind of really going. I said it a while ago. I'm in the Grind Sky hype train.
Oh
I
yeah,
have a
you
one-way
already
ticket.
left. You already
Yeah,
departed.
Yeah, I can't go away. So yeah, 2-0 for Grind Sky for sure.
Autolus?
Yeah, it's a 2-0. We heard that there are some health concerns surrounding Grindsky Esports, and again, we are after everyone's welfare, and we hope that they get well soon. But even I would say there's a flu game for Michael Jordan. Maybe this is that flu game for Grindsky Esports. Why not?
In all seriousness, I hope these guys are okay, and I hope they do recover. But I hope it's nothing. Of course, it's no joke at all to have your health in danger during these times, and we do hope that these players do get better. But mad respect to them for still showing up today and ready to play, of course, and ready to enter the Rift. So I hope, of course, that they will get rested after this game. No matter what the outcome, I think that's the most important part, and I think that's also why the whole support system is there as well to make sure that these players are okay. We know that the team, of course, takes good care of them. On the side of Sunsparks as well, also I hope these players are also doing okay and also taking good care of their health. But we also do hope, of course, that they do get a W for today, because we do know that Sunsparks has been a little bit in dire need of that W, and in dire need, they have picked up some momentum, but they are in that danger zone as we get closer and closer to our playoffs. Panel predictions, consolidated, but not exactly on point today. Over here with my little post-it. With the nothing, that was an erasure on the side of Dash Shinity, by the
Okay.
way. Dash
Thank you.
Shin.
I thought I had a point already, but thank you.
No,
Let's,
no.
let's just go Grindsky. Okay, all right.
We're all good. And our panel consequence for today is a shot of vinegar. I understand that Autolus already did this, so he might
Yeah.
maybe consume
Abati
something else.
exempted? Oh, nice.
No, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, because I feel like we still have to do something for the post show. But of course, before the post show, we have to jump into our third series. It's Sunsparks versus Grindsky Esports. Casters, take us into the Rift.
Welcome back, everyone, to WCS Philippines. My name is Infinity, and this is Crazy Apple with me. And Crazy Apple, you've seen all the games. What just happened there for the past series, and now we're here for the third one between Sunsparks and Grindsky.
The past two series, Infinity, has just been a lot of these upsets for the side of the panel. The panel still has no points at this moment. They're in grave danger to be drinking a shot of vinegar. I'm so happy, Infinity, that I'm not part of the panel today, because I don't like vinegar. I don't like a lot of sour things, and hopefully coming into this series that we're coming into, one of them or all of them are about to get a point, and it's gonna be Sunsparks versus Grindsky. It's been a unanimous Grindsky vote for the side of our panel as we get into the big and bad things.
Absolutely. We'll see how this would work out. Is it Sunsparks' game? Is it Grindsky's game? We'll see how that would turn out. But as you stated, we're now here on the draft picks as Sunsparks immediately bans Garen on what Autolus have stated. Garen is just absolutely obnoxious in the Rift at the moment, followed up with Jace from Grindsky.
Yeah, the respect band coming right there from the side of Sunsparks. We know Grindsky has been utilizing this champion to great effect, both in the hands of Tante and Bambi. So at least taking that out immediately gives out, more options for Sunsparks to move around because it's gonna be very hard for them. We have known Nastro to play a lot of these staple top laners like the set, like the Darius. They expect for them to first pick that. But right now, looking as well how these pick and bans are going, we are coming here a bit fast and loose here. It is the Camille and the Fiora has been banned, and the Thresh, which is showing to be a very good respect ban for both.
Yeah, Trash have seen such a popularity in the past, and we've seen it a while ago with Team Secrets' game. With that out of the way, no easy poke from the death sentence in the dual lane. And followed up with Set though from Grindsky. Now this leaves a lot open. Gaio is open, Morgana is open. These champions are high priority picks at the moment. What would Sunsparks do for their first pick?
Yeah, that would be very curious. And they have locked in the Lulu. Vayne is still very much open, and Consi has been one of our more marksman heavy picks in terms of what he's been picking in that dragon lane role. So we'll see if it's gonna be the Vayne later on in their pick. So we'll also see what's gonna be the answer from Grindsky because as you mentioned, a lot of champions are still open. Morgana, Galio, and I do think Galio would be a good take right here. Although the Gragas has been the first take for the side of Grindsky. Gragas is a very flexible champion, can go to the mid lane, go to the top lane, go to the jungle, can go support, can even go to a dragon later at this point Infinity because Senna is still open for the taking.
Yeah, and if ever Grindsky denies the Vayne, you also have Kai'San as an option for Sunspark. So either way, I don't think this is going to be the situation from Grindsky, as we've seen the first two priority picks as Gragas and Riven being locked in, and now Sunsparks can opt to go for maybe a Vayne, maybe a Kai'Sa, or rather go for a Renekton or Darius, as it is also open for Sunsparks to pick up. Now, what would that be for them? As Vayne would be locked in, as we've expected, as Sunsparks has the Lulu first pick. What would the third pick be?
Yeah, right now they already have their bot lane set up, their dragon lane. So it's most likely gonna be a flex or maybe a jungle at least to be secured on the hands of Ace. They could double down with the Nunu pick, but instead they have prioritized a top laner or rather a Baron laner pick for Nastro on that Darius, which we very much expected early on in this pick and ban phase because that has been just the staple picks for Nastro. Now the onus on this last pick is gonna be on Grindsky. Which do they lock down for their side so they could prioritize the bans for Sunsparks? Will it be the mid lane or maybe another flex pick on that support position, which is gonna be the Rakan in the hands of both?
Yeah, and I think that's just fair because you already have the support coming in from Sunsparks, just match it up. And now this hides the dual lane up against Sunsparks. What would be the matchup that we will see on the Dragon lane is now the question for Sunsparks. You have to ban away maybe the Ziggs, maybe the Morgana. A lot of options here for Sunsparks to ban away, but Grindsky would be having that first ban in the second phase with Zed now placed away.
Zed placed away, taking it out of the hands of Haze. As you mentioned, there's a lot of bans as well that Sunsparks could think about because Tactical has essentially grown throughout the WCS. We have looked at Tactical before as playing more of a supporting role for the team, leaving it in the hands of Chianis and Bambi to take more of the carry side for Grindsky with both making a lot of plays. But since last week 2, Tactical has shown to be very proficient on 2 specific champions that I was just wanted to talk about. So Sunsparks already banned them, which is the Corki and the Orianna. Corki being the champion that Tactical got that pentakill with, and Orianna on Tactical just having a lot of these great shockwaves. But still, as you also mentioned, Infinity, Ziggs is still open. Could be the pick right here for Grindsky.
Although they already have Gragas, so we'll see what that dual lane would look like as Zyra Khan will be locked in. So expectedly, you have Gragas, who's going to get a jungle, maybe the top lane. There are a lot of flexible picks here coming in from Grindsky Esports. Now, for Sunsparks, fourth pick, they still have a missing mid laner, and they still have a missing jungle. What would that be?
Well, at this point in time, Ace has been playing a lot of these more supportive champions, so we might expect a Nunu to complement this Vayne because Sunsparks has effectively played a lot of these protect the Consi compositions. And yeah, it is gonna be the Nunu to deny a lot of that engage coming from Grindsky because when Nunu utilizes his ultimate, it's this huge slow field that's really hard for champions like Gragas or Riven to run towards too. So it's gonna give a lot as well attack speed for Consi, and they have rounded out their composition with that Lucian in the mid lane, most probably going to the hands of Haze, which gives them some strength in the mid lane in the early parts of the game. If Grindsky does not pick a champion that can go toe to toe against Illusion, with Corki out of the picture, it doesn't seem so. It looks like Grindsky is gonna finish round out their composition with the Kha'Zix for Chianese.
Now, the problem that I'm seeing right now for Sunsparks' draft is they're all AD. There's no AP. So, Grindsky can just go and build some armor-plated boots and maybe some armor resistance up against Sunsparks. And yes, we know that Vayne has true damage, so it doesn't really matter when it comes to the mid-game, late-game, but we're talking about the early game. You still have that defensive capabilities that armor resistance can provide. But with Grindsky having the locked-in onto Kha'Zix as their jungler, what is the significance of this in the draft of Grindsky? Crazy Apple.
Thing is, Infinity with the Kha'Zix pick, it's a comfort pick for Chianese at this point. We have seen Chianese really snowball off of this pick, and it provides a lot of that early game damage for the side of Grindsky. The thing that we've seen on Xayah Rakan is that Xayah is not the typical champion that deals a lot of damage early on. She needs a lot of setup, she needs to set up her feathers, and needs a lot of items to be able to throw that damage. As compared to a Lulu Vayne, Lulu's just gonna buff up this Vayne, and Vayne's gonna throw her true damage on the members of Grindsky. Your point earlier on the armor builds for Grindsky, yes, definitely. Tante and Bambi could very well build a lot more armor, Randuins as well, and some plated steel caps against the composition right now for Sunsparks. But at the same time, they're not they don't have these usual tanky champions like maybe the Set, or maybe the Malphite, or maybe the Darius or the Garen. So these items won't be the first choice for a lot of these champions. Like you see Tante right now rocking that longsword in early game, so it tells us that he's gonna go for the Black Cleaver first, and armor is not gonna matter early on in this game, which might just give enough of an opening for Consi to deal enough damage to take down Grindsky in these team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see how that would work. And now, welcome everyone to the game number 1 between Sunsparks and Grindsky. With Chinese 1 starting on top side and Nuna and Willem starting on bot side. So we'll see how the jungler would pat themselves up, as I'm expecting Nuna and Willem to go top side later on to get that Risk Cutter, and Kha'Zix maybe to go bot side and try and support Xayah Rakan here. But now, stating the facts, the winning condition here, Crazy Apple, paint me a picture. What would happen here after a couple of minutes? Are they going to clash? Are they going for some pickoffs?
Well, at this point in time, Sunsparks is doing their usual rotations. They're not starting on default positions. They have put Consi and Mjan here at the top side of the map to have a bit more advantage for the Vayne. So for the next couple of minutes, it's gonna be Consi and Mjan just punishing Tante here. Tante is gonna be playing the weak side of the map, and it's not that good for him because he's the Riven. Rivens need to get a bit more gold to get going, and with this punishment right now for the side of Sunsparks, it's gonna be hard for Tante to get any leg up here in the matchup. So expect the weak side of the map to be the bot lane right now for Grindsky.
Yeah, and here we go. As I've stated, Chinese 1 will visit bot lane, but nice first blood by Nasjo. And Chinese 1 is forced to flash away, but tactical flashes in under the turret, gets the trade back. Nice trade, Grindsky.
Yeah, and that was a quick kill right there. Great job on Nasjo getting the first blood, but another tower dive, I believe, in the top side of the map. Not sure how that's going. Haze, though, getting on tactical.
And now that is the response that Sunsparks needs as they get the kill onto the ADC, and Chinese 1 is burned. That will be the double for Haze.
Great answer from Sunsparks right there. I was just about to say that the strong side of the map for Sunsparks is the top side of the map because they have more members there. They have Consi and Mjan as compared to Tante only being the sole guy in the top side of the map. But Nasjo showing up here. He was dove by 3 members of Grindsky, and he took first blood. He took full advantage of having that flash and barrier, the defensive setup on his summoner spells, but it looks like Grindsky is still wanting to make plays. The Rift Scuttle right now is being secured by Chianese, but going back to the series of plays right there, Haze was able to go to the bot side. Consi though stunning Tante right here. Not going to be a fight, but yeah, Ace was able to go to the bot side. Grindsky staying too long, overextending themselves in the Dragon lane, was able to get a double kill right now. 3-1 in kills in favor of Sunsparks as we approach the first couple of objectives.
And this is the problem that we have when it comes to a long range versus melee matchup. Similar to top side, an advantage for Sunsparks, they have the priority lane in that lane. And now for GS, they have the prio bot lane. So this is just the thing that both GS and Sunsparks need.
Chinese?
The hyper carry when it comes to the ADC, but now Ace meets up with Chinese One. Chinese One, a lot of damage coming through, and Ace using up the Ice Storm, but it's not gonna work out, and that will be the double for GS.
Great series of events right there for Grindsky. Timing was perfect for Qeon. As soon as he went into that brush, Ace was just about to go in, didn't have a ward to be able to place in that brush, so he didn't know that there was a waiting insect there to be able to pick him up. Hayes, though, very low right here.
Yeah, we'll see, and as that will be the kill coming from Grindsky Esports. I mean, we just transitioned to that fight, an immediate kill and immediate kickoff for Grindsky Esports, and now that brings them to a 2k gold lead in 4-minute mark.
Yeah, just back and forth, back and forth. First blood turret does go to the side of Grindsky. Tante trying to challenge this Herald at this point, but 3 members of Sunspark still here.
Yeah, but Chinese One is out of the question. No junglers available for Grindsky to contest, as that will be Sunsparks getting that Rift Herald. That might just be an immediate topside spawn.
Yeah, could very well be an immediate topside spawn to take down the turret immediately, to trade at least side lane turrets, because the bot side of the map is taken. Tactical though, jumping.
Nasjo in a very bad position as Chinese One is there. Trying to catch up, but that is under the turret for Nasjo, can CC, so Chinese One opted to back away. Now Sunsparks takes the tower on top side.
They
so
know he's here.
Even trade for both teams.
Sunsparks knows Qeon is here.
Yeah, now Hayes meets up. Chinese One is in danger. That's going to be the stun from Hayes, but not gonna work out as Chinese One goes over the wall onto the pit. So safety back for Chinese One.
That was a very questionable decision right there from Qeon. Hayes saw, I believe, Tactical walking towards that side of the jungle, expecting to see a bug coming out of the brush, but he didn't show up, so they knew he was taking the red buff. Right now, though, Sunspark has the first dibs on this Ocean Drake.
No ultimate already from Bambi. He already used it, and now it's going to be Rakan going in, but Sunsparks takes the Ocean Dragon. Now Ace is stuck under the pit, and now he's just gonna get picked up by GS. 1 for 1,
Right.
an Ocean Drake for their jungler.
Yeah, 1 kill right there going to the side of Grindsky. The objective was secured by Sunsparks, and Sunsparks needs these kinds of advantages on their team because they do have 2 scaling marksmen, but Grindsky also has a lot of damage on their side. They have Bambi having already that looted. Desire Rakondo getting jump here.
Nice apprehend. And Rakan just have to say goodbye, but Tactical is in danger. This is a 3v1. Gragas can't do nothing, and that will just be Sunsparks taking the Lovers duo bot lane.
Yeah, that was a bit messy right there for Grindsky. Recalling right in front of members of Sunsparks, they were able to capitalize, punish immediately the Lovers duo. Mid lane is getting sieged by 3 members from Sunsparks.
Bambi gets stunned, but too tanky. He's not gonna get picked
Tante,
up that
though.
easily, but Tante, as you stated, is split pushing bot lane.
Yeah, he's just having a time of his life in the bot side of the map. No members from Sunsparks right there. They were at the man disadvantage, and they just stretch the map for the side of Grindsky, having Tante the bot side of the map though. But yeah, going back the past couple of events, series of events that happened on this game, 5-5 right now in terms of kills. Grindsky having 1,000 gold lead. So Static Shiv has been the priority right here for Tactical on this Xayah, to have it for more wave clear in the lanes, to be able to shove these turrets a lot faster. But earlier on, Infi, you're telling me that Grindsky needs a lot of plated steel caps. If you look right now at the boots upgrades for Grindsky, I see 3 green boots right there, man,
Yeah.
and there's no plated steel caps. They're all having the Aeonian boots of lucidity, so more cooldown for them, for them to be able to start fights out, and for them to be able to throw more abilities. Tante right now, the only member defending this turret.
Yeah, and mine as well, right? But now, GS defending that turret, apprehend, goes in for double, and now Wild Growth as well. 2-man knock up, 1 down, Nocturne Guillotine make it double as he gets 2
A
kills
triple?
from that body slam. Bambi forces out the flash. Nasjo is catching up. Ponzi is there, and now that will be the triple for Nasjo.
The triple dunk from the dunk bastard Darius gets 1 kill each for each dunk he threw. even getting a turret for themselves. Because of that, they were earlier on, Sunsparks was 1,000 gold behind. Now they're closed the gap and are 700 into the gold lead for Sunsparks. Even now, the kills is 8-6. Nasho, with the first blood being the catalyst for him, having these items, being able to carry his team right now. He's 5-1 on this Darius.
Yeah, and this Rift Herald will come up in 10 seconds. Everyone is prepping for that objective. Ace now with a snowball. Getting some information, not gonna push through.
Yeah.
They're gonna back away.
Yeah, Bambi also just shoving them away. Sunsparks right now position themselves immediately into the Herald. Doesn't look like Grindsky wants any part of this, but at the same time, they are looking at Sunsparks, and I think they're not able to do anything about this Herald because look at where Qeon is. Qeon is at the bottom side, but the call rotation for Grindsky is to take the damage here on the bot side. Turret looks like this is going to be a free second-tier turret for Grindsky.
That's a nice trade. I mean, if you get the Rift Herald, sure, that's 300 gold plus an extra push. But Grindsky wants to get that security onto the turrets immediately. So now they get a huge injection of gold. And if you're looking at a gold standing, it's pretty much even at 8 minutes into the matchup.
Right, and it's also additional pressure for Sunsparks because the next objective that's going to come up is Infernal Drake. You're going to see here Bambi. He should be shoving this lane right now so that the wave will be going towards the side of Sunsparks. It's going to hit their turret, which will alarm them to defend. But right now, a bit of a scuffle here in the mid lane.
Yeah, the Rift Herald being spawned already. If that charges, Sunsparks might take another turret in their favor, but we'll see as Sunsparks is really pressuring this mid lane, and that will be turret secured.
Yeah, and they're rotating right onto the Infernal Drake. Bambi is in a position to be in the flank of Sunspark. So Sunspark has been able to transition immediately into the river. Ace getting a catch here.
Snowball onto Chinese one, but immediately goes back away. But look at the backside as View went in for the grand entrance. Nice engage.
Oh,
but now
the
it's going to be the stun onto one member as Tactical is really low. Bambi used up the Ignite. Sunsparks has pushed GS away.
Yeah, GS has a lot of glowing health bars right now. Ace is still low as well. He can get a consume to be able to get some HP back, but right now the man advantage for Grindsky is in this river. Looks like Infernal Drake can go to their side. I just want to also highlight that fight. Bo had a great grand entrance, as you mentioned. 3 members were essentially knocked up on the side of Sunsparks, so Sunsparks couldn't go through with the engage that they have very well started on Ace, as well as the contempt coming from Consi to stop Tactical. But the thing is, Xayah, if you catch her out, she's a kind of AD carry, the kind of marksman that can take care of her own. She's a strong, independent marksman there that can just pop her ultimate and dodge a lot of damage, give a lot more time for her team, for Tactical to be able to just get away. And Grindsky utilized that very well to get away from that fight, even picking out Nasho, and eventually led them to take a Drake in this game.
Yeah, but now Chinese one is pincered by 2-man. Nasjo smited by Chinese one to go away with that slow coming from Smite. And what you've mentioned and talked about a while ago about Xayah, and my main problem about Xayah is if you have the Feather Storm, sure, you're safe. But the problem with that is, compared to other ADCs, that defensive skill or offensive skill, whatever you want to categorize it, has a long CD. And when you're comparing it to ADCs such as Lucian or such as Vayne, it's so much of a difference of cooldowns.
Yeah, 3 members of Sunsparks about to get Bambi here.
Bambi bodies down, a lot of damage onto Amgen, followed up with the ultimate, but not going to be enough to put him back to safety. Now Sunsparks gets a free kill.
Yeah, but on the other side of the map, though, they've also got another pick. Qeon's one was able to get that kill. Bo running away.
Consi is very low. It's Tactical versus Consi, but you have Haze coming up. It's now the Feather Storm. This is what we're talking about. He doesn't have any more thing to make him alive, and that will be another kill for Sunsparks.
He definitely had no more things to be able to use to get away with his life right there. Tactical was a bit too far forward. It is looking to be a very messy game for the side of Grindsky. Qeon is getting a kill.
You missed that grand entrance, and now with View very low when it comes to the HP, he's down. Chinese one has to retreat, as this is a 2v1, and they don't want to give more money to Vayne. 105.
yeah, they definitely don't want to give Vayne any more money. And at the same time, if you look at the gold right now, Consi and Tactical are very close, but Hayes has been the difference maker in terms of the items and gold for the side of Sunsparks, already completing the Black Cleaver and that Blade of the Ruined King. I do love the Blade of the Ruined King on the side of the Lucian because with double tap, you can immediately proc 2 procs of the current health damage from the Blade of the Ruined King as well as the Black Cleaver. And also, there's a lot of very beefy members on the side of Grindsky. Even though AP has been the name of the game for the item build for Bambi, he's still a Gragas. He still has a bit more HP and can be grounded down with that Blade of the Ruined King. But right now, though, where the team stand, they are gonna look at where the objectives that they need to take. Grindsky is forming up into this Baron. They're getting jumped right here by Sunsparks.
Ace, massive snowball. Connects onto Gragas. It's View coming through to defend, to respond, but not going to be enough as Bambi falls down. No flash for Bambi as now the mid laner for GS has been defeated. Now Hayes coming through with a 1v1 alongside with a wall, a lot of HP. And now with a calling, disintegrates their jungler.
Yeah, Chianis and Bambi being down. This is a 5v3 for Sunsparks, and they are starting out this Baron.
And a lot of HP is falling down immediately. The power of 2 ADCs in the lineup. But now with a quickness, there you go with a grand entrance connecting on the tree. Woo! And now GS has that advantage. Double kill coming in from Tante, and Tante going into the backside. Conti is very low, and that will be Tactical. A lot of damage being provided, but a Quadra coming in from Tante has been pushed up. And now Sunsparks with Conti left has to retreat, but good thing Baron has been pushed back away.
Grindsky pulling out a magic trick right there, essentially in the Baron, but that was a 3v5, Tante, Tactical, and Bo going against the 5 members of Sunsparks. They were able to get the perfect execution, a layering of hard crowd control to the members of Sunsparks. They were able to also deal a lot of damage and giving the Quadra right now to Tante. Chiani still has his eye set on this red buff over and over again, about to get condemned.
Yeah, Conti playing with danger here, but gonna go back away, just have to. Just make trouble onto Conti, but Ace is here. Snowball is there, knock up, but GS has already secured a dragon before you even came. So that was their second dragon secured by Grindsky.
Ace was rolling the snowball, man. The big green snowball. Wanted to get inside the pit, but Tante essentially letting himself get hit with that big snowball, stop the movement speed from Ace, stopping him from getting there in time. Explosive cast has been countered by Bambi, but another fight here.
Yeah, Chinese one rooted, alongside with an auction. Guillotine secures the kill. View comes through onto the backside to respond. And that will buy some time onto Tante, but Sunsparks already has secured the kill onto the jungle, and Baron Nashor is open.
The Baron Nashor is open. 15 minutes into the game, Infinity. What were the win conditions? For Sunsparks, they need to get to the late game. And if they secure this Baron at this point with no jungler from Grindsky, they can get to the late game very comfortably. But a fight being started by Nastro.
Yeah, nice. Apprehend. And now Gragas has been forced to use the stasis. And now with Tante down, this is a 3v5. Sunsparks has the man advantage, but GS is there. Going for the grand entrance. Dreamman knock up once again. The Baron Nashor has been secured by Sunsparks. And GS has lost this objective. But Ace is down, Nastro is down, Amgen is down. In trade, you have a 3-4-4 in favor for Sunsparks.
Chiani's running to the top side and now trying to catch out Hayes.
Now, he's going for it. The jump is there. Hayes is very low, but Baron Nashor minion.
Yeah, it was a savior right there. And Baron Nashor has indeed been secured by Sunsparks. And we look at the replay right here. Nashor started off the fight, stopping Bambi essentially from doing anything right here. He couldn't throw an explosive cast earlier on to separate the members of Sunsparks. Sunsparks still being able to fight as a unit. And Grindsky, on the other, has been going in one by one. And it just gave enough space for Consi to be able to take the duels 1v1 as the Vayne and to be able to kill the members of Grindsky in that Baron. Now, we're about to approach 17 minutes. The gold is so close between the two teams, but the thing is, Sunspark did get the Baron. They're able to shove the side lanes. They're able right now to put their pressure on the map. And Consi, we're gonna keep talking about this guy as a late game weapon for Sunsparks. He is currently 607, about to complete his last item on that Vayne.
Yeah. And even if the gold standing is pretty much even, Nastro is gonna get picked up. Grand entrance, knockoff
Oh,
is there.
no.
Now GES is collapsing onto the mid lane, but Sunsparks is there to counter engage. Conti gets a double, and now he's free hitting the front lines. And this is what you don't want
Quadra.
to battle against
Give him
a
the penta.
Vayne. That will be the penta if ever they get Bambi, but no. He gets the cancel, the flash has been used. Now Sunsparks is pushing the mid lane.
I'm sorry, Infinity. It's just we've seen 2 quadras this game, and I just want to see the penta, but it looks like it's gonna be the win for Sunsparks.
Yeah, Bambi is very low once again. A lot of damage coming through from the 2 ADCs. And now mid lane inhibitor turret is down.
Mid lane, and the Nexus is open right now for the taken for Sunsparks.
Snowball knock up onto Bambi. That will be the kill going to the side of Haze. And now Sunsparks wins game 1 against Grindsky.
Sunsparks, defying all expectations from the panel, has won the first game of the series. I believe the panel has voted 2-0 in the favor of Grindsky, but Sunsparks showing up here when they're able to play the Consi, defend the Consi, protect the Consi, giving this guy all the resources, all the protection that he needs to be able to win these fights for Sunsparks. And it all started with Nastro, to be honest. Nastro has been the player where they just put him on the Darius, put him on any tank in the side lane to be able to sustain himself with the weak side of the map. But Nastro, with the first blood, was able to roll the game essentially with that champion and carry the early game for Sunsparks, giving Consi that space to be able to get that momentum and eventually having enough resources to get that quadruple and the win for Sunsparks.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Even if the gold is even, you have to take note that Consi was just free farming. He doesn't have any deaths. He has a lot of kills. At that 15-minute mark, he already has 4 core item power spikes. So what else do you want? What else do you need? That is your winning condition. And they have double ADCs to just completely melt the objectives. Like Baron Nashor, the Dragon, it doesn't matter, right? So
Yeah,
just a lot of damage.
Yeah, just a lot of damage, and even Hayes, man. We haven't really been talking a lot about him because it really feels like they were protecting Consi, but every member of Sunsparks their aim was to give more space to Consi because Mjan just kept giving the buffs to Consi on that vein. And a lot of these pickups, this is a very messy game, to be honest, for Grindsky. And I have heard from the panel they are feeling a bit under the weather, and I do understand because it is very dark outside. It was very rainy earlier today, so can't deny that they might be feeling a bit under the weather today. But at the same time, Grindsky did put up a fight. They did a lot of good plays across the map. They were very aggressive. We could really see their signature aggression with Qeonese. Always looking at the red buff of the enemy, always getting baited there essentially for Sunsparks. And the mistakes that happened because of this over aggression from Grindsky were the key things that Sunsparks just took advantage of, getting more gold for themselves and eventually getting the first game win of the series.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And I think there are quite a bit of mispositions, as you stated, from Grindsky that gets picked up, like the one we saw a while ago from Tactical, right? But I still do commend how Grindsky was playing. Like, View getting all these 3-man engages was absolutely insane. I mean, that is what you want. Now, the next thing is the follow-ups. What will be the next thing that you want to do after View comes it through? So those are the things that we need to look at, but you just see how Conti has been playing this, right? So much damage, so much items, uncontested for the whole game. Now that just won them the game.
Yeah, it's so hard to lock down a Vayne, especially when Conti is the guy playing it. He is our player of the game. He actually went the Pro to Belt Enchant, and we were talking about this earlier with Deadeye, how there's Vayne players who choose the stasis, like Larawan earlier on.
Yeah.
And this guy went for the Proto Belt because he wanted more of that dashing ability, that movement ability, because they were also ahead. He also had the Lulu to provide him that enough of a protection to be able to just roll over the members of Grindsky. And yeah, Consi right here. I think Vayne right now is the problem. You could say going against a lot of these teams, and Vayne might probably be on the ban list for Grindsky coming into game 2.
Might probably be. I mean, there are 2 options for a Vayne, right? You can go Proto Belt, you can go Stasis, and that's just offensive, defensive, two options there. And as you stated, it is Conti who's getting a lot of leads from the whole matchup, which is Protobot is not bad as an option for him. And BRK Whatsin, you know you have that safety already for that magic resist. So a lot of that foundational safety already locked in for that Vayne is good enough. And when we're talking about the boots a while ago, right, with the Ionian boots for the CD, I think what happened there is for GS, I mean, they don't, if they go for the armor plated boots, the true damage is still there coming in from the Vayne. So it doesn't matter. They're going in for the damage instead. They want their CDs. They want their skills up and running every single time to maybe get pickoffs onto the Vayne. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. Conti was safe all around for that full game.
Yeah, Conti was safe because it provided protection essentially, with their with the Lulu, and I think lucidity boots is what you call high risk, high reward, and that's just classic Grindsky right there.
Yeah. Absolutely. Classic Grind Sky. But now the changes is the question. What is the interesting things that we can see for game number 2? Crazy Apple, do you have any expectations? So when we come back, we have set already the things for game number 2.
I think Grindsky will keep playing the same assassin composition with their jungler Qeon, because it's gonna be their very comfort picks, and I do believe that we are gonna be going to game 2 soon. So Infinity, won't you take us to game 2?
Absolutely. Game number 2, it's already match point coming in for Sunsparks, one game away for the series win. Don't go away. For the viewers watching at home, I'm Infinity and this is Crazy Apple. We're gonna take a short break. When we come back, it's game 2.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Welcome back, everyone, to WCS Philippines for game number 2 of this series between Sunsparks and Grindsky. And once again, we're going to be your shoutcasters. I'm Infinity, and this is Crazy Apple back at it again. And Crazy Apple, you set some bit of an expectations there from game number 1 before we came to a break. Now, I want you to set an expectations once again. What will be the bans? What will be the picks? Are there going to be changes?
I for one would love to see Bambi using the Ari because I think it could be another layer into their team compositions, especially with Grindsky, how they're playing their games. They love playing a lot of these pick compositions, a lot of these very high risk, high reward setups. And I think if they have someone like the Ari, like the Twisted, maybe even the Twisted Fate, honestly, or Galio, it just really helps Trianis because we saw Chianese earlier, man. He was so far forward in this team, always trying to go for the red buff steal. And I think having Bambi on that RE would provide that another mobile mage, that mobile assassin that would boost up the strategy or rather the plays that Chianese wants to do with his team.
Yeah, and if ever Ari comes through, this will be the second game that Bambi will pick it up. However, the first time it came, it was a loss. So we'll see if ever that happens, if ever they're going for that pick composition, that will be the second time being picked by Bambi. But for now, the most picked by Bambi, I believe, is to be Zed with 1 win on that champion. I think he's just so flexible. He has a lot of picks on his champion pool. So we're going to see what the changes are going to be. As you stated, there is just that preference on that poke or that pick-off comp that Grindsky has been playing from the past. And now, is Vayne still going to be open? Is Lulu going to be open? What's going to happen here for Sunsparks?
The thing is, if they leave the Vayne and the Lulu open, if Grindsky leaves that open for Sunsparks, I think for one Infinity, we're gonna see the panel get a shot of vinegar later today because the chances are growing more and more. And I know the next series after this is gonna be CE versus FLA. It's another one-sided vote, well, most probably for the panel. What we saw today from Sunsparks being a bit of the underdog coming to this series against Grindsky, and if they pull off this 2-0, I think CE would want to carry over the underdog momentum that we're having today in week 3 and the start of the second round robin.
But here we go. We are now in the draft, and immediately you have that respect onto the Vayne. Put it away. We don't want to fight against it. So now Grindsky has banned it, and now we can't see the Lulu Vayne come up for Sunsparks. Now the question is, Crazy Apple, what would be the answer here by Sunsparks?
Well, it's gonna be a lot of bans against Chianese. We saw earlier they have banned a lot of some of the most usual picks coming from Grindsky, which is they have banned out that Fiora. I do expect another Garen ban from Sunsparks if they really want to take away that champion away. I think is if you take away the Vayne from Sunsparks, one champion that I think would be highly contested in this pick and ban phase would be Corki, because both Tactical and Consi have shown that they use these champions very effectively. So do expect if it's not in the ban list, it's gonna be in the first round of picks for one of these teams.
We'll see if that will come through fruition in this game number 2, as GS has a lot at stakes, rather, as there is only one game away for Sunsparks to take this full series away. So we'll see how that would turn out. But Tresh, once again, a respect ban onto Bu, so it is placed aside. And now Grindsky is thinking what will be the next ban. And now the question is, because Lulu is still open, so that can come up, and then Kaisa can come in for Consi. So there are a lot of options here that Grindsky needs to consider, because Set, Camille, Jace are still open.
Yeah, those champions lately in the week 3, we've seen them being left open, especially Camille and the Galio. Set has been banned. I was also about to add him to that list, but he has been respectfully banned by Grindsky. Now that they took out Set from the pick order for Sunsparks, it takes away that big beefy tank that can just carry your tank towards your enemy team and deal the damage on them, so you won't have to. It's gonna be hard to have this champion who's really good at dissecting front to back compositions. So I think when you ban out the Set as Grindsky, you have to think about maybe they also want to pick a semi front to back composition, or maybe a singular tank composition that could very well be on the cards right now for Grindsky.
Yeah, and with Garen being left up in trade for a Vayne ban to the side of for Grindsky, now it has been picked by the side of Sunsparks. And now Yumi is still open as well. If you put Garen and Yumi together, absolute insane combo, but Lulu will be locked in instead. This is what we're talking about a while ago. If Vayne is banned, you still have that Kai'Sa option for the side of Sunsparks.
The Kai'Sa option, we saw that earlier today on the hands of Demon Kite. The Kai'Sa and the Lulu was shown to great effect as just helping out the Kai'Sa to kite out more with that pick of the Lulu. But as we were talking about before we got into the pick phase, this Corki will be the champion that I think would be very much in contention, has already been picked on the side of Grindsky, even putting in that Darius. We're just going to see a bit of a wet noodle fight at the top side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, these two champions are really, really strong defensively, so that's going to be a hard champion or hard lane to burst out of. But Sunsparks going with the same jungler that they have used from game number 1, locked in once again. They might just go for a hyper carry composition here, because this is what traditionally what we see. Because Unit Willem doesn't really have the strongest damage. He's more on Bruiser, he's more on getting all the aggros, and he's getting all that tank in for the side of Sunsparks alongside with Garen. So a hard front line to fight against. Now we're on the second phase bans here, Crazy Apple. What are some bans that we need to see here against Grindsky?
Well, for the side of Grindsky, yeah, they're going to ban out a lot of champions from bow, so they're going to take out that Rakan. But the thing is, at this point, if I'm Grindsky, I'm just going to ban all of the hyper carry marksman at this point, because the lock-in with that Dudu, yeah, the lock-in with the Dudu is very, very telling for Sunsparks. I think they could have left the Nunu open until the second part of the picks for their side, since they're going to be the first pick on their team. So I think that Grindsky's just going to ban a lot of the hyper carry champs at this point.
Yeah.
For Sunsparks, though, we have to wait and see. It's going to be the Galio ban for
Ziggs.
Sunsparks.
Ziggs is open. If Grindsky doesn't ban this out, there is still an option for Sunsparks to go for the Ziggs route. And now with Lucian banned away as well, the only options left for Sunsparks is going to be their Ziggs, their Jace, Ezreal. I mean, Jace is already picked up by Grindsky, but these are the champions that Consi has picked in the past. And now picking up Ashe, this is their first time showing it up for WCS Philippines for the side of SS. So that is an interesting point to take note. We've seen the power of Ashe just a while ago.
Yeah, Ashe is a very good setup kind of marksman. Definitely not a hyper carry in her own regard. But the thing is, right now, if you want to round out the composition of Sunsparks, there's still a lot of assassin options for Haze. He can pick up the Zed, he can pick up the Akali if it's left up open right here for Grindsky, because the Corki can still go to the bottom side of the map, but it looks like, Corki does go to the bottom side of the map. Lee Sin will be the jungler for Qeon, and right now, the thing that's lacking on the side of Sunsparks is damage, and it's looking a lot like the RRQ composition. I'm just waiting for maybe a hard carry or an assassin champ in the mid lane.
Ziggs mid. If ever they go Ziggs, this will alleviate some of the damage disadvantage that they have up against Grindsky. So what will that last pick be? That is the question. But Zed coming through. So now this would probably be a pick-off composition here, Crazy Apple. Paint me a picture here. What would happen in this matchup in this game 2?
Okay, game 2, let's start with... I want to start with Grindsky because I have a lot of questions for the team composition of Sunsparks at this point. I feel like it is a bit of a draft. I would say draft diff. Not exactly as huge as some other drafts that we've seen in the past, but obviously Sunsparks was pinched right here from Grindsky, banning out the Kai'Sa and the Lucian. Grindsky, though, doesn't really has a bit of a front-to-back team composition. They do have the Nami to enable the Darius and the Lee Sin with the tidal wave, and also the disengage whenever they're gonna see this Nunu run in. Also has the bubble to stop the engage coming from the Garen and the Nunu. So a lot of tools right now for Grindsky to when they see Sunsparks running at them. On the other hand, from Sunsparks, they have more of a pick composition. I think they have an option which is hard to execute, but something they could very well do is Nunu will start out with a snowball and alongside an arrow from the Ashe to be able to kill one target across the map and maybe get an objective from there. It's something that they can do with their composition, but right now I feel like they're lacking a bit of damage on their side, so they need to get Haze rolling early on for them to be able to 2-0 this series.
Absolutely. And now we're here at match point. Sunsparks game number 2 up against Grind Sky. And I do agree with some of the status that you stated just a while ago, because when we're looking at the draft of Sunsparks, where's the AoE engage? Only for Ace. Other than that, what else? What else?
Yeah, exactly. What else? There's no huge engage for Sunsparks, and I feel it's a very different way of playing because they usually protect Consi in these compositions, but now it looks as good. A lot of the Otis is going to be on Haze, and Grindsky being very creative right now with their jungle pathing. Qeon is essentially starting the red buff side jungle of Sunsparks.
And here's just the thing, right? We've talked about the draft having Nuna and Willump, not the greatest damage, and that comes at the cost of not clearing the fastest. And when you're battling against Lee Sin, that is really, really strong early game at level 1 to level 3, you're just gonna get JG diff into clearing camps in the early matchups. And that is the reason why we see Grindsky just doing all these jungle invade in the first minute of this match.
Yeah, Nastro still trying to deny the Krugs away from Qeon. Is always going aggressive on that. Honestly, in the WCS and in the highest level plays, JG diff does occur, jungle diff does occur, but the thing is, usually in these kinds of very organized situation, coordinated situations, the team is the one who enables their jungler to be able to get a lot of what they need to be able to carry the game for them. And right now, I know we're still focusing on the top side of the map right here, where Nastro is just going on Tante and Qeon is just going for the jungle. But the thing is, I was looking at maybe Conti and Mjan. They did have the shove at the bot side of the map. They could have put vision, with some advanced vision for Ace, and Ace now is going blind. But I believe he has to snowball the bot side.
Yeah. Oh, but this engages right after, and Conte is really, really low, and Chinese One can just follow up, and now he's here. Nastro, his stunt flash is going to be burned by both Baron laners, and that will be the first blood for GS.
Yeah, great first blood. A bit of an over chase from Nasha right there. Wasn't able to close the gap immediately on the side right there for Sunspark. But Ace going here for the root. Tactical was rooted but was able to flash away.
Yeah, but good summoner spell burned by Sunsparks.
Yeah, good summoner spell burn. There, what I was talking about. Red buff right now being picked up by Qeonese. It is now what you call the jungle diff, because what Sunsparks could have done when they knew that Qeonese was invading the jungle, they could have put Consi and Mjan, get some advanced wards into the red side jungle of Grindsky, and Ace immediately running to the red buff for at least some vertical jungling. Yeah, he's gonna be a bit slower on the play right there, but mid lane.
Long range engage coming in from Ash. That stuns onto Bambi alongside with the death mark, but not enough to finish him. Half HP down for Bambi. The snowball didn't connect. It just pushed through on the wall. So no kill for Sunsparks there.
A bit of an oopsie, but Ace trying to make up for the top side.
Ace coming through on top side, as you stated, and that will be a great route. And now Tante smashed with justice from Nastro.
Nastro just throwing out a big sword on top on the head of Tante right there. At least evening up that top lane matchup. Nastro was very far behind. He was not only behind in gold but also in experience. But because of that gap, has given him this opportunity right now to go for a back, maybe pick up a boots alongside the Kindle gem ending. Because I don't think he has enough gold yet to be able to get that black cleaver. Right now you see him running from the base because they are thinking about the next objective that's gonna come out in 15 seconds at the 4-minute mark. A lot of the members right now going back, although mid lane.
Oh, nice hit from Chinese One.
That was fast, man. You see the drift speed right there from Qeonese with the safeguard, with the Dragon's Rage, with the alley-oop to Bambi, getting the kill for him. But the objective has been started here by Ace, trying to sneak this dragon.
Ooh, Bambi has vision. He knows that Infernal Dragon being started by Sunsparks. Now Chinese One is ready to respond. Look at the padding of every single member of both teams.
Yeah, the pathing has been everyone being attracted to this Infernal Drake. 5 members of Grindsky are here with a package with that.
Information is there. Sunsparks is going for the long range engage coming from Ash, but nice tidal wave. That will be GS securing that Infernal Dragon. Now Sunsparks going to collapse over the hills, and now Tactical just jumps through with a Valkyrie as well, as that will be a 2-4-1 for now, as Sunsparks still trying to go for the engage. And now Tante used up the flash, and now Tactical is there as well to deal damage, but Tante goes down. It's a 2v3, and now with the root as well as Tactical will be followed up, and Sunsparks eviscerates Grindsky.
Yeah, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, that was 4-0 in favor of Sunsparks right there, Infinity. And Sunsparks was able to answer very, very well because Grindsky needed to use a lot of their ultimates to take Sunsparks off of that dragon. Yes, the Infernal Drake was secured by Grindsky, but in exchange, 4 kills went to the side of Sunsparks. And what we were talking about earlier and how Sunsparks could get enough damage to be able to edge out Grindsky in this battle, in this game, and that is Hayes get ahead. He's now 2-1, who has a Yomu's Ghost Blade, not because of that fight, because Sunsparks needed to shove some side lanes, needed to shove some lanes. Grindsky has the advantage here in the timing for the Rift Herald, and they have been able to secure it.
Yeah, this is 2 out of 2 objectives for Grindsky. Getting the Infernal Dragon and now the Rift Herald means they have that advantage when it comes to the early game. But Sunsparks is trying to get that first turret bot lane, but you have Bambi immediately responding to this, so no split push for Hayes.
No split push for Hayes, but I do love the first item buys right here for the side of Chianis and Bambi. Edge of Night for both of them, although Bambi may be walking into a trap here.
Absolutely. This is a 2v1. He doesn't know. There are 2 men looking to kill him.
Ooh.
But Hayes just goes away. I mean, they don't want to engage this because they don't have any information, as now they do. I was baited, and now Bambi is baited as well, and now Sunsparks gets the kill.
You know, Sunsparks right there did not only bait Grindsky, also baited the casters already. Gave the play-by-play to Infinity, but the fight didn't happen until another 15 seconds. But I want to touch upon again the point that I left before we got baited right there with the fight. Edge of Night for Chianis and Bambi. We were talking earlier about the pick potential from Sunsparks. It's all singular hard CCs. It's gonna come from Consi. It's gonna come from the Snowball, from Ace and Mjan on the Polymorph. And how do you stop singular CC that are so far away that can't really be layered effectively in most fights? That is Edge of Night.
Oh, that's one man now. Couple of opportunities. Once again with that kick, and now forcing out the flash from Mjan. Now here we go. Ace going with the Snowball, but not gonna connect onto champions from GS. Rift Herald is there. Lee Sin coming through with a Sonic Wave as well. A lot of damage coming up. Stasis Anchan is there. Knocked up, followed up by Nami, and now Sunsparks has their retreat. 1 kill down, making it 1 more as Amgen is really low, but nice trade coming from Hayes. That brought down Chinese 1.
Arrow?
Now long range engage coming from Ash. Arrow will not connect, but doesn't matter as Sunsparks assassinates Tactical.
Yeah, but the fight's still not over yet. It seems Bambi's still looking for another kill right here.
Ooh, but here we go. Consi's there to respond, but not short enough as Amgen already fell before he was able to respond.
Yeah, and that's... Oh my god, the high-risk plays coming from Grindsky. If you saw Chianis right there, using... They didn't have Dragon's Rage connected to Sonic Arrow, but Bambi getting caught out.
Bambi 2v1. He knocked up onto Ace, and now Bambi tries to get the kill onto Conti. Has no more chance, and that will be the free kill for Sunsparks.
Yeah, free kill from Sunsparks, Grindsky, Bambi being a bit cheeky with that recall, but wanted to go back earlier on with that Chiani's very risky high reward play. I love it that we're gonna have a replay right here. If you look there, he was stasis while the tower is being taken down. He didn't get hit by the ultimate from the Nuno because of the timely bubble coming from Bo. So just the effectiveness of the timings and also the communication coming from Grindsky. Unfortunately though, it was a lot of good things happening at the start for Grindsky. Sunsparks was able to answer a bit back, but still Bambi was still able to get a bit more kills here.
Yeah. But now the Cloud Dragon being started by Grindsky. And Ace is just around the corner to contest. Snowball now catching up. Long range engage coming in from Ash. But the arrow now, the Death Mark comes through. That's huge damage now. That is 1 kill onto Chinese 1. No jungler for GS. 2-man apprehend. Tante still alive and gets the kill. Now Sunsparks loses their Baron laner, but jungler still alive.
And jungler is still alive. A lot of low health bars right now in Sunsparks. I don't think they'll be able to finish off this Dragon 4v4 right now being started here.
Yeah, Ace is very low as well. You stated, but Grindsky still does want to push it.
Oh, another... Not really a fight right now that Sunsparks wants to take because a lot of their members are low. A lot of the ultimates are down right now for Sunsparks, while on the other side, Grindsky still has a lot of their ultimates. Tactical did use a package earlier, but at the same time, it looks like no one is going to take the objective. Jared just going to shake hands a bit, look at each other, and wait till the next fight happens.
Chinese 1 is not here, and Sunsparks knows it. They can start a Cloud Dragon, and Garen is there to just trouble Lee Sin. So we'll see how this would work out. Sunsparks hearts the Cloud Dragon. Referral comes through for the side of GS. This is a 4v4. We'll see how this works out. Tante with the apprehend on 2-man with Hayes going in for the death mark on Tante as well. That will be enough to kill him. Now Sunsparks has to retreat. 1 man down. Conti is dead. Ace is very low. That will be the double kill for GS. This is a 2-for-2 trade. Tidal Wave is there, but GS has stolen the Cloud Dragon. Very important. That will be the 2-for-2 objectives. And Nasjo is very low. He has to retreat. He has to come back. And Amjad is low as well. 2v1. He is dead. And that will be GS taking and swiping Mans for SF.
Yeah, swiping the Drake, stealing it away. Even a Rip Herald secured off of that fight, and Grindsky now in the driver's seat. They do have that Rip Herald. It is on the side of Qeon, but Sunsparks might be catching out Grindsky here.
This one is very low. They used up the flash. Nastro is here. The long range engage, but the stays is that shot. Perfect timing, but just buys a bit more time. Sunsparks secures the kill.
Yeah, this game has been going. In terms of fights, it's just been a long fight for Grindsky and for Sunsparks, and Grindsky goes for the objective, stays a bit too late, overextends a bit, and they get punished by Sunsparks. Hazel killing Tante.
Yeah, burning, electrocute on Tante, a lot of damage coming through, but that will be the Noxian Guillotine enough to kill Hayes. But Nasjo is here to respond. The Noxian Guillotine is not there to go in, and Nasjo with Damation Justice finishes Tante 1-for-1.
You don't want to see that when the assassin goes for the 1v1 and he's the one who dies tactical though, defending the bot lane turret.
And now with the Twin Shadows, also slowing Nasjo, but doesn't want to force it, and GS just defends. Clears the minions. We're back.
Yeah, we're back right now to a more consolidating part of the game, and Sunsparks, we saw them earlier in that fight, felt like they could very well take the fight. At the same time, they didn't have enough damage. I think it really shows right now the lacking of damage in their composition. Consi on that Ashe needs to build that Blade of the Ruin King and the Black Cleaver. Qeon is getting a pick here.
Yeah, but he's not even dead yet. A lot of CCs, a lot of damage, but not enough to put down Nasco. That is the obnoxious thing. But look at the mid lane. Conti is going to be dead. Hayes 2v1. Tante is alive. He's catching up. And now with the snowball going to respond. That will be the knock up onto Tante. Tante is still alive. No catch up. Don't follow up. But Hayes is very low. Wild Growth Force. And that will be everyone back to safety.
Everyone back to safety. And
Except
it's
Conti,
going to
though.
be a 4v5 right. Consi is down. He also built a proto built enchant. It's very interesting on the Ashe. I'm not sure if that's the most ideal enchant right now on him, especially with Grindsky being ahead in this game, with Shani's always starting out these fights. Baron is about to be up in a couple of seconds. Let's take stock of where the objectives are at. 4 towers right now have fallen for the side of Sunsparks, while the gold is very much on the side of Grindsky at 6,000 gold ahead for them. Looking at the items, Edge of Night right now and Black Cleaver both on the side for the Lee Sin and the Jace. So we're really gonna see right here both of a lot actually for Black Cleavers on the side of Grindsky. They really want to burn down the tanks. Nasjo and Ace, 2 beefy tanks, who are building a lot of armor. Although Sunsparks right now may be trying to go for a play, and Grindsky is not even in the vicinity.
Yo, you're walking in a 2-man death brush, and that will just be the kill for Nasjo and Sunspark. Woo! That nice kill. But Tante, now 1v1 once again against Hayes. That is the death mark already. Tante is being burned by the Ignite. But here on top side, another fight occurs. A Sunsparks is there, but Package is there for tactical to disengage. But too much is just in the middle of the fight, and Sunsparks is there to punish. Now DS tries to retreat, but you can run, you can't hide. Now Sunsparks takes the double.
You definitely can't run away from a Garen and a Nunu, because both of these guys have movement speed capabilities, and that just went the way of Sunsparks getting 3 quick kills against Grindsky. Tante though wanting this fight.
4v1, Tante rooted out, and now Conti with that damage, but look at Tante's damage as well! 1-for-1 support for Baron Laner.
Support for Baron later. 3 members still down for the side of Grindsky, but in terms of who are down, Mjan and Tante is the one who are down. Qeon is still sneaking this Mountain Drake turret. Mountain Drake.
He's very aggressive. That mark is there as well. Hayes doesn't know there is an Ami there to support. But that will be the 1-for-1 as well, as Hayes is that mark. That's just too much raw damage.
that seemed like a Perish song right there for Hayes getting the death mark on Chianese, throwing all the damage, still getting the 1-for-1. And this game has just got into a very chaotic match for both of these teams. Grindsky, we know them as a team who are very aggressive, so they keep going for these fights, and Sunsparks has been answering them toe to toe with that regard. But at the end of the day, we still have to look at the win conditions. Ace getting caught out here.
Yeah, but he's too tanky. This is the power of the tag jungler, but he does get eviscerated with 3-man coming from GS, trying to kill him now with long-range engage as well. And Nami is stun locked as Sunsparks takes the 1-for-1, but jungler for support.
And Tante is still not over yet.
Yeah, Poppy wants to go for more as this would be him going front to back. Nacho is here. This is the Lord rivals. Garen versus Darius, both of them half HP.
I love how he was so big right there with the Wild Growth, with the, I believe, the Sterex as well, and also the, call this, the Stoneplate Enchant, and then he suddenly got a lot smaller after all of those things went away. But yeah, it was definitely a big anime battle. Felt like the mech battle right there, though. Bambi, I don't know why you're starting the Baron here, dude. Get away from the Baron. You're the only guy here for Grindsky. And let's go back into the win conditions for both of these teams. Sunsparks at this point, they have left that time where they needed to get Hayes ahead to be able to snowball the game into their favor. They now need to pick off members of Grindsky because they're gonna get outscaled by Tactical. Tactical has went more the defensive route. He has gone for the stasis, has the Black Cleaver and the Edge of Night to protect himself when he gets CC'd by Consi. So now, after this item build path from Tactical, he's just gonna build more damage on top of this. So later this game goes, the harder this game is going to go for Sunsparks. So I do expect if they're not going to do something in the next 2 to 3 minutes, Grindsky will just definitely grind this out into a slow win for them for the series.
And here's a question, Crazy Apple. We know that Edge of Night gives you a spell block in armor penetration. Is that it for the reason on why Chinese won? Bambi and Tactical has picked it up. But now, before that question, Nacho is coming through with that engage as well. Take his enchant. Already forced by the Lee Sin, but you can't go away. But he does! Actually, I can't believe it. And now it's going to be Sunsparks losing that opportunity to get that kill. Now, going back.
Oh my god. Yeah, going back to your question before things, I feel like there's still a lot of tension here that might go, but let's go. Edge of Night is, you really use it just for the spell block right here for the singular engage, but Ace still forcing the issue here against Grindsky.
Defensive item it is. They want to play very safe against Sunsparks with a lot of CCs from Ace, from Consi, from Enjan. So we'll see if that takes effect here, as there is a lot of tension onto the Baron Nashor, and there is information from Sunsparks. And for the side of Grindsky, they had the dominance onto the Riven.
Yeah, right now it just feels like Grindsky is buying a lot of time. He needs to buy time for Tactical to get more items that he needs to get. He's probably going to pick up the Infinity Edge next. They also have 3 Drakes in terms of the scaling objectives that Grindsky has. They have everything that they want to. It looks like it's going to be an armor penetration item though on the side of Tactical with the Last Wizard. It might be a Cerebrum on his side to provide a bit more slow to stop this Garen from just running them over. So not gonna be the full damage yet for the side of Grindsky because a lot of them are already dealing damage on their team. So it's gonna be right now on Sunsparks really trying to make a play, trying to get a pick off, from Grindsky.
Yeah, and Grindsky knows they're going front to back. They need penetration and they have it all. We'll see how Sunsparks responds to this one, as the Elder Dragon is now alive and Grindsky has the control onto the river bot side.
Yeah, but now Grindsky needs to do a bit of cleanup, needs to do a bit of maintenance here on the bot side of the map. There is a huge wave that they just have cleared. They did have the control over the dragon, but since they didn't control the side lane, they needed to go back to it. Now it allows Sunsparks to creep themselves into the pit. Hayes still pushing the bot side of the map, so right now it is really a battle of side lanes. The macro decisions from this team. Patrick is about to time out. Hayes though catching out Chiani's here.
And now Ace kicked by the Lee Sin. No follow-up, but half HP already for Ace. That is a huge HP advantage for the junglers, especially with the Ocean Elder Dragon alive.
Yeah, and Sunsparks just really needs to look for a pick, but I don't think they can get any more picks. We're about to hit 20 minutes into the game. Grindsky is already starting this Ocean Drake right here. National getting pulled.
Yeah, God King Darius is here on the front lines, but there we go. Nastro's still gonna be safe. This is the obnoxious thing about a Garen in the lineup. So hard to
Hayes getting
beat,
the
but
pick-up.
Hayes! Nice assassination onto the jungler for Grindsky. Now that's number advantage for Sunsparks, and they're going up the hill. Ace with a knockoff onto Bew, and now Bew can't do nothing. Flashes over the wall, that is 2 flashes burned, and now Sunsparks has to collapse, and Tactical Tate is down. Sunsparks going through, and that will just be the great punish from Sunsparks.
That is the catalyst that Sunsparks need to be able to win this game. There's only Bambi and Bo left, and they're getting tower dived by 2 tanky members. A triple kill for this Nuno. We never would have expected that, but at the same time, 3 members of Sunsparks did fall down. Bambi is running to the mid lane, and the bot side turret here, the inhibitor turret could be grabbed by Sunsparks.
It's done. It's done. I mean, you're seeing Bambi going for the recall. He doesn't have any HP. When you're betting against Ace with that HP amount and Nastro with that HP as well, alongside with that passive, you really can't just defend in a 1v2 situation. So we'll see how that would work. So inhibitor turret down for Sunsparks, getting that bot lane turret.
Can they run away with this?
We'll see as Bambi actually initiates once again. Lee Sin comes through with that ultimate
Projection.
alongside with the Sonic Wave, but that spell shield, we'll see how that will work. Not a spell
TP?
shield, but
TP
a
for
lot of
Ace?
defensive capabilities, but she needs one. That arrow will not connect. GA will be popped.
He's
This
gonna
is
die
Hayes
here.
and Ace going through with
Oh,
the
wait!
root, but woo! Edge of Night.
The fancy feat from Qeon is this guy has been playing super risky, has always been at the brink of death, and sometimes it does fall through. That does approach him successfully, but that does not get him there, although no jungler right now for Grindsky while the fight starts in the Drake.
But Tante too tanky. Only half HP down.
TP?
Sunsparks is down low for every single one. But Hayes once again goes for that assassination onto Tactical, but not gonna be enough to bring him down. And now the jungler is gone. Pew is gone. Tante is melted, and now Tactical will be next. But Mjan does not have enough damage to put him down. 3 for none.
How is Nasjo still alive? All of the members for Grindsky were looking at him dealing damage and got away with a sliver of health. We also saw Hayes right there on the flank using his death mark on Tactical, but Tactical had enough to live. Tactical though has the package, keep it into the Drake pit.
Look at Nasjo. Just going in for getting all the arrows, getting all the damage. I don't care. I'm tanky enough. Take it. And now Elder Dragon secured by Sunspark, so extra sustain, extra true damage.
I know in League of Legends, wait a minute, before that, Hayes tried to go for an assassination tactical, wasn't successful, almost even killing tactical right there. But going back, I know in League of Legends, the guy who has the big shield is Braum. But why would you need Braum when you have a human shield right here on the Garen with Nastro?
Yeah.
It's just showing how strong Garen is at this moment. We are going to the replay as Sunsparks was starting that barrel. Let's go into the replay right here where Sunsparks was able to win this fight. A breakdown of this would be just 2 beefy tanks really. Nastro, Ace were not being... They weren't killed because Grindsky didn't have enough damage yet. I think Tactical would need more damage. But the fight here...
Tidal Wave going for the disengage, but GS doesn't have any follow-up, so Sunsparks is still dominating their own jungler, so that will just be just a little fight with HP trades
But
out
the mid
of
lane, though.
that jungle. And as you stated, the mid lane pushing towards Sunsparks' base. Bambi is there, pushing through and through.
Oh, no.
And
It's
there
over.
is Tante as well. This is the nexus that Tante and Bambi is looking for as they take the win away from Sunsparks in this game too.
Oh my god, Infinity. I don't know how that happened. We didn't see when the mid lane inhibitor turret went down, but it did fall down. And Grindsky with a bit of a backdoor play right there. Does it seem like they're all that happy yet with game 2? We still have another game because this is a best of 3 series for them to be able to cash in that win of this series. But man, Grindsky really grinding their way into that win. It was very long fallout battle for them. The win condition didn't really matter in the end because we thought it was gonna be this Corky just going out of his mind, but the Garen and the Nunu proved to be too tanky for them. They weren't able to deal enough damage to burn them down, and they chose not to fight it. They just went for the map control, went for shoving the mid lane while Sunsparks was busy on the side of the Baron, and they were able to go for the backdoor, destroying the nexus of Sunsparks.
Just big brain from Grindsky. We have the inhibitor turret mid lane. We have the wave prioritized on our end. We're just gonna finish this game. No need to fight this. Baron Nashor? What's Baron Nashor when you have the Nexus base open?
Yeah, that is the objective of League of Legends. You destroy structures. We don't care about kills. We don't. They do care about kills, but they don't care about the big worm in the pit. It's purple. We don't need the purple guy. We need the red, big glowing crystal on the other side of the map, and that's what they took down for the side of Grindsky. And even though we're the casters here and I'm the analyst, and I have to break down what happened in that game. It's just really chaotic things happening for both of these teams. Sunsparks have always had that. It didn't feel like it's just a 5v5 for them. It felt like a 5v6, and the 6-man for Grindsky is Sunsparks having a lack of damage. They don't have enough damage to finalize a lot of these kills against Grindsky. They do have a lot of tankiness on Nastro and Ace, which really felt like these two huge walls that Grindsky needed to go against. And it just became this battle of attrition for both of these teams. And Grindsky, in the end, was able to win out that battle of attrition by looking at not the tankiest members, but looking at the structures that were still on the base.
And the point is, you have a lot of tanks with Sunsparks, lacking of damage, and Grindsky just went in for armor penetration. So just a lot of damage coming through despite this.
But that wasn't even enough, man.
Defensive capacity. And yes, it's not enough, but it's enough to finish the game.
I mean, armor penetration now, Infinity goes through structures. I mean, that is pretty big brain right there. If you think about it, if it can go through armor, thick shields, thick steel plates, it could very well go onto concrete. Yeah, have the super minions. And yeah, I mean, this game, it's just very chaotic. In the end, Hayes even trying to assassinate Tante having the time of his life with some solo kills. And it just went on and on for both of these teams. And Sunsparks, we're so near. We're so close to winning that game. I felt like they found the formula. It's just have Nastro and Ace tickle Grindsky members until they die, and Consi just throwing his arrows to slow down the members of Grindsky. And Grindsky didn't want any part of that when we came past 20 minutes. You see how long this game is, 20 minutes, Infinity. The mid lane turret is still up for Grindsky, and I think that's also a tale of its own, because this mid lane turret never falling down just shows how hard it was for Sunsparks to get anything out of the team fight wins that they've been getting against Grindsky.
And now this is the biggest question, Crazy Apple. Out of every single thing that happened in this game, after 23 minutes of this match, what tipped the scale that went to the side of Grindsky, that won it through and through? After play of the game, tactical being that center of it all.
Oh man, I'm laughing at this point because there wasn't this big brain plays. None of these like, we are gonna set this up 12 minutes from now, 3 minutes from now, we're gonna do this and we're gonna win this game. There was none of that. It was all pure instinct from Grindsky, from Sunsparks. You could really feel, you saw it at the player cams at the end. Grindsky wasn't celebrating. You could feel that was a very exhausting game for them, to be very honest. And what tipped the scales is just Sunsparks made a pretty, I won't say a bad call, but it was a call where Grindsky took advantage of. They stopped the backs of Sunsparks. 5 members of Sunsparks were still near the top side, near the Baron pit, and Grindsky kept creeping in, kept stopping Sunsparks from going for the recalls. They weren't able to recall in time, and hence Bambi and I believe Taunt was able to destroy the Nexus and get that game 2.
Absolutely. So we'll see how that will turn out, because now we're in game number 3. Tactical showed up big time from that game 2 with that champion that he got the Pentacle with. This is just so obnoxious to fight against. So we'll see how that would turn out. Is this gonna ban from Sunsparks on the champion of Tactical? I'm Infinity and this is Crazy Apple. After we come back, it's a do or die. It's game number 3 of this series.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
And we're back for game number 3 of Grindsky Esports versus Sunsparks. That was an absolute smash and big brain move from Grindsky from that game number 2. But now we're here. Now Sunsparks is going to have to do something. And Grindsky can do a reverse sweep here if they want to take the series. I'm Infinity and this is Crazy Apple. And we're back for this game number 3. The do or die for this series.
Man, do or die. This is match point for both of these teams. And man, the game 2 was just this very grindy game, and it's kind of fitting that Grindsky was the team who won because they really grinded their way towards the victory right there. Needed to try and take down 2 big tanks, which was the Nunu and the Garen, which was a thorn on their side in the past couple of fights in that game 2. But yeah, as you mentioned, a smashing big brain play for the side of Grindsky. Instead of dealing with the 2 tanks, let's not deal with them. Let's just destroy the base because that's the main objective of Wildrift. And I think that's also a lesson to a lot of our viewers out there.
Yeah, and when we talked about that game number 2, right, we saw how Grindsky Esports went in for the Nexus. They don't care about the Baron, they don't care about those fights, and that is coming at a cost from Sunsparks. They don't have any champion that can clear the wave easy. What do they have? They have Haze with Zed. They have Ashe. They have Lulu. They have Darren. Which of these champions can clear the wave? No one, right? So that was the problem that Grindsky Esports was able to, have that sneak in. You can defeat Sunsparks, you can take the win, take this to game 3.
Yeah, and right now it's game 3. It's anyone's game at this point. We've seen how close these two teams are matched together against each other in today's series. And I think one of the things that we need to see from Sunsparks is maybe have a bit more damage in their composition, because I felt like they were making some good plays and they just couldn't finish it off on a higher note because they didn't have enough damage. So they were essentially grounded to slowly to a pulp by Grindsky in a lot of those fights. Well, Grindsky also itemized not exactly where you think some of these champions would go. They went a lot of Edge of Night to really stave away from the arrows coming from the Ash. They also built a lot of Black Cleavers to take away the armor that was being stacked upon by the members of Sunspark. So we're gonna see what are the adjustments right here. Hopefully we're gonna see a bit more, more damage coming up from both of these teams.
Yeah, both teams has to perform at their very best for this game number 3 on the series. And now we're swiftly going through the bans here with Fiora, Teresh, and shoutouts to Vayne, banned away from both GS and SS.
Yeah, Consi is really the guy I think you really want to take away this champion from if you're the side of Grindsky. A lot of the bans though are still kind of the same. First pick does go to the side of Sunspark, so expect for them to maybe lock in a champion already for Nastro. We have been seeing a lot of that priority for them on that Darius for the set. I do expect that it's going to be the same thing for Sunsparks come this game.
Yeah, Ziggs is open, Set is open, Gragas is open for this game. So all of the champions here that are open for both teams at the moment. What will be the third ban here from Sunsparks is the question, but Darius being that priority as Tante performed greatly on this champion from game 2.
Right. Tante was able to deflect a lot of the fights right there, was able to get a couple of good kills earlier on that champion. I don't say that Nastro was also the guy doing a lot of good things on the Darius during our first game. Right now, the Grindsky may be looking at the set ban. I think they have banned set the past 2 games to take it away from Nastro, to take away that champion that could do these just throw the taps on the other team. But it is a bit of a adjustment on the side of Grindsky. They have banned out that chase.
Yeah, Set is open for Sunsparks. They could prioritize this. This is also the champion that is the most picked by Nastro in the past, alongside with Darius. And yes, it doesn't have the greatest of win rates, but still a champion that is comfortable for Nastro. We'll see what the first pick will be. If they can give this comfortable champion onto Nastro, that would be fantastic. And now they did lock onto Set. Now Grindsky, you have Galio, you have Lulu that is open once again.
Yeah, they have Lulu, they have Galio. There also has the Gragas, which have seen a lot of priority in today's games. A lot of Gragas mids we have seen today, but it's gonna be tried and tested. The meat shield, the human shield. It's gonna be that Garen for Grindsky.
Yeah, and Yuumi has been seeing a decline in priority picks here as Lulu has been locked in by Grindsky instead. Now, Sunsparks can match up with the support and mirror this lane. They could pick up Rakan, it's still open. Galio is still open, especially with having Set already in your draft. That is a great pick to have, but Nuna and Willop once again being prioritized here by Ace.
I hope they're gonna pick a marksman already on this first phase of the pick and ban, because it's just gonna look like the pick and ban
Or
that we
Ziggs.
saw earlier, or Ziggs. Thing is though, yeah, Ziggs would be good. At least there's a lot of damage, but you already showed your hand picking this Nunu. A lot of people will be thinking that they're gonna pick a marksman, and yes, luckily they have picked already that Corki, which already meshes very well with Sunspark composition. Now they're not tied down to Mark's AP carries in the bot lane. There are still a lot of AD champions open for the taking for Sunsparks.
And now here's the thing. The 3 picks of Sunsparks is the most picked champions for their respective role. Nastro has picked it 4 times in the past, has won 1 time before today. And then you have Duna and Willem being picked up 3 times, has won 1 game. And Corky being picked up by Consi 3 times before today. So all of these champions are one of the few top picks of these players from Sunsparks, so that is really comfortable on their side of the team. Now GS has picked up Lulu and Oriana to finish their first phase picks here. What are the bans going to be here, Crazy Apple?
Well, right off the bat, we do see the Akali ban. Still a lot of respect on the side of Haze. It could still be very well the Zed ban as well, because this Oriana will probably go to the hands of Tactical. But as we've seen with Grindsky, they have played this Garen as well in the mid lane. So do expect to see a Zed ban. A lot of AD champs are still up. I do love that the Olaf has been banned on this side for the Sunsparks. What I want to see, I guess, or what's more unexpected pick we might be able to see. I know the panel has been talking about Haze. Haze does have a pocket pick Yasuo, and I think Yasuo would be a pretty okay pick right here for Sunsparks. They could still add more knock up on their side. They do have the set to set things up as well. So pretty good mix of damage on their side of Sunsparks, but it's gonna all come here. What's gonna be the pick for guys?
And remember, the first time that Sunsparks brought out MJan in their lineup was the Blitzcrank with a Yasuo pick. So this might just be it. And you're absolutely right, Crazy Apple. That is still an option here for Sunsparks. And Grindsky hasn't banned it, so it can still come through, especially with Sunsparks having the 4th and 5th pick immediately after this 4th pick by Grindsky. What will that be for Grindsky is now the question. And Rakan coming through, this might be a mid lane Lulu.
Yeah, it's gonna be a mid lane Lulu. It could be a mid lane Lulu
Oriana
right now for Grindsky. Yeah, Oriana on the hands of Tactical. He has used this, I believe, in week 2. Had a lot of good shockwaves, so a lot of magic damage right now on the side of Grindsky. So we have to see them pick a jungle champion on the hands of Qeon that could very much carry the game for them. Unfortunately, I don't think we're gonna see the Yasuo. Very sorry about putting the getting your expectations up to infinity, but I would have loved to see it as well. And thank you so much, Sunsparks. We're not gonna have wet noodle fights. We're not gonna have too many tanks on the field because they've just locked in both the Lux and the Lucian.
Yeah, we saw the problem a while ago from game number 3. You lack damage, and now they have Lucian, they have Lux, they have Corki, they have Set that could deal damage as well if ever the gap is huge on the Baron lane. So Sunsparks alleviate the damage lack here in this game number 3. But Shyvana, we're seeing this for the first time in WCS.
Tundra, are you the guy playing? Anyway, that was rehearsals. Yeah, this is the first time I believe we're seeing Shyvana. I believe it was also called out by Otus as one of the more unexpected picks that he would want to see in the WCS. And Shyvana is going to be very curious here because what Grindsky needed was a bit more attack damage on their composition. And Shyvana does deal a lot of damage, can get to that point, as well as if you're babysitting her alongside that Lulu, it's going to allow her to close the gap even faster. The thing is, she's not that traditional kind of carry that we see often. That's why we haven't seen her often here in the WCS. So it's going to be very curious to how Grindsky will be feeding a lot of their resources towards the Shyvana.
Yeah, but here's a general consensus about Shyvana. If Shyvana doesn't get any dragon, he's just a massive minion walking around for his team. So we'll see how this would work out for GS.
Yeah, I mean, but I think the past 2 games, we have seen Grindsky having a lot more priority over the dragon. They have shown that they are really prioritizing control over that objective. And Qeon, man, this guy always goes in. And what does he have with him? He has a Lulu, has an Oriana, has a Rakan, even has a Garen that can go in with him. So I would expect to see Grindsky just always going towards the back of Qeon. He's just always jumping into the members of Sunsparks. Well done there, handle. Let's go to the win conditions on Sunsparks. Sunsparks does have a double marksman composition with Haze and Consi. So do expect a lot of scaling on their side later on. I also do expect Black Cleaver to be the priority item for Consi and for Haze, since they do see that there is a Garen on the other side along that rock con. So might be the first couple of item picks. This Lux though is on that support position, so we're just gonna see MJan more of this pick oriented champion as he plays out the Lux here in the Dragon.
Yeah, and Wildrift is basically joining the hype train. You have a Shyvana, we're gonna put the first dragon for Infernal Dragon. So Might as well. That's true damage if Chinese one takes it. So that is very important to take note. So hyper priority here for both teams at the 4-minute mark. But nevertheless, welcome everyone to game number 3 of the series between Sunsparks and Grindsky. One game away for taking the series.
And if our viewers are just joining us for this game, it has been a very long series, guys, especially for a Wildrift game. We are getting to the third game of this series where it's very close between Sunsparks and Grindsky. The panel has been very unanimous with their votes. A 2-0 for Grindsky, and Sunsparks immediately said no in game 1, getting the first win of the game. We do have a very weird draft coming in for Grindsky, but at the same time, though, looking at the first objectives, as you mentioned earlier, one thing that we need to look out for Sunsparks is they do have that Lux. And what the Lux is able to do when she's able to set up, she's able to use her light binding to get these picks. Sunsparks could follow it up with damage from Haze as well as the Showstopper from Nastro. So we're gonna look at that. But Ace, though, might be fancying a tower dive in the top side.
They already did. I mean, that is the option that they have, right? They know that Chinese one is having a priority on bot side because that is where the dragon is. That is where the important objective is for a team that has Shyvana on it. So they could just pressure in top side. They could punish Tante. So we'll see how that goes. But that engage was unsuccessful. But nevertheless, no one died for the side of Sunsparks nor GS. So still a standard early game here for both teams.
Yeah, standard early game and a bit of the current back timings as is. Grindsky already went for their backs, already went for a couple of components on their side. On the other hand, you see Conti is still a bit late to his back alongside Haze. So it's a difference in priority. I do see right now where Grindsky is going for this because what you want to do when you hit the 4-minute mark, you want your members to have already gotten their first items, to have shoved the waves so that you can have control over this dragon pit. So they have gone for the earlier recalls to have a bit more items to have the earlier shove. Now it falls onto the hands of Sunsparks. How are they gonna counter this play coming from Grindsky? Because as you mentioned, the dragon is gonna be very, very important for Grindsky, and already Chianis has hit level 6 on his champion. He's looking to get that Blade of the Ruined King, which will enable Grindsky to just burn through the Drake when it comes up.
Absolutely, and I want to give a huge shout out to the deep ward that Grindsky has placed a while ago into the bot side of the map. Like 3 vision wards onto the river, 3 vision wards onto the bot quadrant jungle. Absolutely insane. They really want this priority onto the Infernal Drake. And speaking of which, it's 15 seconds before it comes up.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, there is a huge priority right on Infernal Drake. Who were the members who were already there? Sunsparks were already in the river, but there's only going for the recall now, which is very off timing. Pattern's about to come up, I think, but still, 4-minute mark already. Chianis is here, starting off this Drake.
Yeah, immediate start coming from Grindsky. You have the snowball connecting onto Lulu. Not enough damage, no follow-up. Sunsparks is now going through it, and now GS takes the Infernal Dragon. Extra true damage onto Chinese one, and now Sunsparks has to retreat. And Grindsky, nice start.
Yeah, great start right there for Grindsky because they really needed that. And they were still even able to get one more kill, getting, they didn't were able to get the kill, but they were able to deny Ace from taking that Drake. Although now, because ultimates were used for the side of Grindsky, the Herald looks to be a freebie for Sunsparks.
I mean, they don't even have to go all in contest for the Rift Herald. What's important is the Infernal Dragon, which they already got, so might as well not just go for the Rift Herald and just pressure in lanes, get the priority onto the jungle, because later on, with that Infernal Dragon, those damage is gonna be insane from the jungler of DS.
Yeah, but the answer right here from Sunsparks, since they did get the Herald, 4 members right now on the top side of the map, they have summoned the Herald. Shelly's gonna get that tackle there on the tower. I think they're gonna get the first tower of the game for Sunsparks.
Yeah, Shelly took the tower first blood. Just look at the mid lane. You have Tante and Chinese one going for the trade. Much more valuable for GS.
Yeah, very valuable for them. Chianis about to hit his ultimate. I don't think he can get out of here.
He won't. He won't. But that would be the first blood going to the side of Sunsparks. A huge deficit immediately for GS, but nevertheless, we're talking about a 1k gold deficit here, and we're just in the 5 minutes of this match.
Yeah, the 1,000 gold lead is really mostly on that first blood gold that Sunsparks just took. And if also look at the board right now, a lot of that gold is also on Haze, him being on that Lucian as compared to Bambi on that Lulu, more of a supportive champion. So chances are a lot of the pressure, a lot of the gold are gonna be more onto the hands of that Lucian. But yeah, taking stock of the situation, we are 6 minutes into the game. Only one kill on the board has happened, and this is very different from what we've been seeing the past couple of games, seeing as how aggressive Chianese is. But since Chianese is more of the scaling champion, more of the carry pants right now for Grindsky, he would really need to play a bit more safely, wait for his item power spikes to be able to take the fight for Grindsky. But since there is a huge priority on the Drakes, we do expect to see another team fight to happen when the next Drake comes up.
Yeah, but that's gonna be minutes away from now. So Genius One is free to do whatever he wants, and I guess that's a priority on top side of the map. We're in. You don't have Ace for now. Lucian went in from bot side a while ago, so that would just be 3 minions being farmed by Genius One. And if you're looking at a gold, it's 500 gold lead on the jungles when it comes to the individual matchup. Genius One forcing out the flash to go back away. That's just gonna be safety for both junglers, but very, very low stake.
Yeah, but there's no flash right now at Chianis, and he was forced to use his ultimate. The thing is, with Shyvana, you don't really have your traditional cooldown you need to auto attack, and it takes a couple of seconds to get that Fury up to be able to have his ultimate back for the fight. I do think it could come up when the next Drake comes up, but at the same time, it is one of those things right now, one of the tools that he doesn't have come the next dragon fight, especially if he does come in with the dragon form, does have the flash. Nastro could just throw him back into Grindsky with the showstopper right here from Nastro.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the Fury or the stamina of Chinese One, it's already like 3/4 on the way. So absolutely easy to get his ultimate back up in a couple of seconds here. And we'll see how this would turn out, because at the moment Sunsparks is just pressuring on top side. And this is actually quite clever, because this actually separates Grindsky's priority. Now they have to depend top side, and now Chinese One is mixed up. But the Cloud Dragon will come up with 11 seconds though.
Yeah, with the Cloud Drake coming up soon, both teams will be prioritizing this. And yes, Hayes did go to the top side. He is the split push solution at this point, putting some pressure to the top side, shoving the lanes. But right now, looks like the minion wave is just going to crash into the tower. No one's going to get the gold, because the next focus objective here is the Cloud Drake right now.
Yeah, GS is just persevering. They want that Cloud Dragon, and Ace cancelled with that grand entrance. Now GS takes their second dragon off this game, and this is very dangerous for Sunsparks. Janice One went in for the stasis enchant, but he has a lot of damage. Tante will get the kill. Sunsparks is very low. Tante is back up with the Honey Fruit, and now Sunsparks has to disengage. They have to retreat, but GS wants to go for more. Nastro will fall down. 2 for null.
I love what Grindsky is doing here. There's still 3 members going for this tower dive.
Yeah, Ace goes for the root. On to Garen, forcing out the flash, but he's back to safety. Not enough damage. But look at Consi. He is pincered. And the collapse from Grindsky takes the kill. But the ADC of Sunsparks.
I want to commend the next level planning right there that came from Grindsky when they took the Drake and they knew they had clean kills. There were still 5 members of Grindsky. They immediately used their resources in different parts of the map. Giannis immediately went to the Hero Herald to take that objective, and right now is taking the top side turret, while Bambi shoved the mid lane to get some more control over there. Although, because of the fight on the bot side of the map, Grindsky needed to go back to base. Right now, the tower might fall here in the bot side.
Yeah, Garen is here to defend, is here to rescue this turret. 168 HP though for the turret left, and now Hayes is very low. Damation just is served, and that will be the double for Grindsky.
And another battle here to Chianis.
Yeah, he's one life damage, that true damage for the Infernal Drake. Just shreds Nastro out, and now Chinese One gets the kill.
Yeah, even flashes out with style. I don't think he was gonna get hit by the light fighting right there, but with the respect though, Consi getting jumped again.
Yeah, with a huge early lead for Grindsky, it doesn't matter. They're filled with confidence, going under the turret, securing another kill. And that just pushes Sunsparks in a huge deficit in this game.
Just don't give Grindsky this Garen, because Tante is going out of control.
And now half HP for Tante, a lot of pokes coming in from Hayes, but Blast Cone away. That will be another turret secured by Grindsky bot lane.
Yeah, let's take stock of where we are because I feel like none of these teams will be looking for a fight right here, even though Bambi is being very, very far forward. 7-1 to kills in favor of Grindsky, 3-2 to turrets, and they have taken the first two drakes of the game. As you mentioned, Infinity, they really need to take these drakes, and a lot of these fights have been happening there. A lot of the advantages that Grindsky took was because of the start of that fight. Sunsparks really wanted to go for the contest, but I believe it's just a lot of the damage already was done towards them. They weren't able to put more damage on the members of Grindsky because they were hiding essentially behind that Drake, and Grindsky was able to just force their way into taking more and more objectives. And Chianis at this point is just too confident taking this battle here.
I mean, who wouldn't be? There's two dragons for the side of Grindsky. You have Lulu on your side, and now that is a giant. Janice one in the rift. And now Tante just jumps under the turret, gets a kill onto one. Haze is very low. That's going to be another kill for Grindsky. And Ace is down. Kotzi, the last man standing. And Grindsky is not done. They're going for the inhib turret. It's actually falling down. The minions is there. And that will be the bot lane opened. And the Nexus will be next. 10 seconds left for Sunsparks to go back up. And Grindsky is happy with that inhib turret.
Of course, they would be happy with that inhibitor turret. They have opened the base. They have cracked open Sunsparks here in Game 3 of our series. And I was asking myself, did Grindsky still have that Herald? Didn't seem so. Because if they had that Herald, they would have immediately summoned it on bot lane to just finish the game from there. But from this point on, yes, Consi has the package, but he's picked it up too early because the Dragon's about to come up. Grindsky went for the back, got their items. Tante on this Garen is massive at this point. 604 is getting jumped by 3 members of Sunspark.
Yeah, but Janice 1 is nowhere to be found. He's on top side. Now Grindsky is fighting this 4-man up against Sunsparks. And Shockwave is there already used. Consi is half HP. They're starting that Mountain Dragon.
Yeah, and this is going to be the desperation play from Sunsparks right here. Can they burn this down in time?
Nastro trying to zone, but it's not going to be enough. Dracan goes in with a quickness, but Sunsparks takes the Mountain Dragon, but what's at cost? As Nastro will fall, Ace already has fallen down, and Grindsky is jumping for the flag, with Janice 1 going on to the front lines, and Amjana is gone for the count, and once again, the lone wolf, Consi, will be left standing.
1, 2, 3. Chianese takes 3 kills right there. Yes, the Drake did not go for them. Tante still threatening Consi here with the dive. Doesn't care if there's 2 turrets in the way. Still trying to stop Consi from the early recall. And with that team fight win from Grindsky, they are transitioning it now into the Baron.
Yeah, the Baron Nasher is just gonna get melted so quickly. Look at how much Janice 1 and Tante is dealing onto this Baron Nasher. They're going to take it. That final spark almost did get the steal, but a tad bit too late. Now Tante disrupting this farm from Ace, and just looked at the gold difference on both junglers.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Tante's items right now. Is that the item where you pick up a fruit? And you can use it anywhere, I think. I have never seen this item in competitive play, and I actually forgot what it's called at this moment, and I'm just so shocked right now because this guy is 707. Tante right now flexing his muscles on the side of Sunsparks. And with the Baron buff from Grindsky, they could very well just go for the death push against Sunsparks.
Yeah, so basically this X-Rally Seed Jar is where you plant stuff. And that's like 3 seconds in uptime, so I guess that's it. So we'll see how this will turn out for them. That gives you extra armor and magic resist. And now Grindsky starts this fight. Janice 1 with the ultimate going into the 4-man knockup. And Grindsky Esports has eviscerated Sunsparks, with Ace being the only man standing. Grindsky going for the inhib turret. The Nexus is open. 4k HP is going down for the count. And Grindsky has made a clean sweep and a comeback from this series, taking it away from Sunsparks.
And Grindsky did not disappoint the panel. They have taken this series 2-1, was, as you said, a clean reverse sweep against Sunsparks. Sunsparks really looked like they were in the position to take this series at Game 2, but come Game 3, when Grindsky was given this opportunity for the 3rd game of this series, they just closed out this best of 3 with a win. One more win on the board for Grindsky.
Yeah, absolutely insane. I mean, what we talked about a while ago, right? Chinese won. You need to get the dragons, or else you're just gonna be a big minion, walking around the map, just punching everybody. But he got every single dragon. Except the mountain dragon, but it doesn't matter. You have the infernal dragon, which is the most important thing for Shyvana. That's extra true damage for you.
Yeah, that's true damage, and you can really see as well how much damage Chianese was able to do after they took the first 2 drinks of the game. Yeah, at this point in time, Grindsky also could say has good communications, has good decision making. A lot of growth could be seen from this team because I do remember week 1 when we were talking about Grindsky. We were talked about them as this coin flippy team, and if Chianese had a good breakfast, I woke up really well in the morning. That's when they win the games, and you could really see the difference now in our conversation with Grindsky. We don't talk about that much anymore because Grindsky has shown growth throughout the 3 weeks of the WCS. They have shown that they have a lot of carries on their team, a lot of strategies that they can pull off. And I think for me, if I was their coach, I would be very proud when they won that second Drake fight. They did not all go for the kill in the bot lane for the tower dive. Instead, they prioritized the long-term macro play, getting the Herald and getting the mid lane shove. And that just shows so much growth for this team. And the shockwave as well. Yeah, and Grindsky, man. I'm looking forward to more games with them and more of these picks coming from Chianese.
Yeah, and even if they didn't get the Mountain Dragon, it doesn't matter. Look at the kills, right? Nasjo down, Ace is down, Bu is only down for the side of Grindsky, but you already have Chinese one who is already so fed up, and he just goes for the flank, kills on both. That's going to be easy money for them. And just look at the jungle gold difference on both the Shyvana and Ace. It's like double the amount.
Yeah, and if you see the last fight right here, you can really see how ahead Chianese was. He got pulled in with a set, and he is like, "Thank you, guy. I'll just jump into 4 of your members, and 5 of you will be bathing in my fires from this Shyvana." And player of the game, no doubt, is gonna be Chianese on that Shyvana.
Fire Dragon, man. I feel like Chinese one ate like a spicy, good food. And now he's thinking, let's go Shyvana. You know what? Let's just go for this dragon, get all the dragons of this game, and just obliterate Sunsparks for game 3.
Now you're making me think of food. This is so unfair. This has been a 3-game series, and spicy food is just the food that I like, as we talked about before. But yeah, Chianese on this Shyvana, we did expect a bit of more funneling on their side because Bambi wasn't that Lulu, but that didn't really happen. It was more of a standard game for them. They just really take good note of the timings. You could really see as well how well practiced this composition was for Grindsky, because at the 4-minute mark on the dot, they were already at the Drake pit, as compared to Sunsparks, who waited for a 5-man unit again to be together before they ran to that Drake. Yes, that was the best way for them to win because they needed to be a 5-man group, but could really see the timers were up to the second were on point for Grindsky.
On point for Grindsky. Let's see how that would turn out as a win for them. Absolutely insane reverse sweep, as we've talked about a while ago, but this is not the end of today's WCS Philippines, as we have one more series left. I'm Infinity, and this is Crazy Apple. We're gonna take a short break. Don't go away. When we come back, it's a panel discussing what happened in that series.
Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep.
Welcome back to the WCS where Grindsky takes the series versus Sunsparks 2-1, and the panel finally gets one on the board today. What kind
That's a
of
yes.
ish? We were like,
Right.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
Still a close call though. Right.
I know. I was like, but you know what? I don't want to predict anymore. I'm just so like, this is terrible. But what was not terrible at all was this series, of course, because this was a lot of fun, and I think it's also because of our casters that made it oh so fun to watch. But this was quite a hoot.
Banger indeed. On game number 1, we did say that we want Sunsparks to play their identity of having Ace on that Nunu, just supporting Consi, and this time they doubled down, not just having Consi on that Bane, but also having Ace on that Lucian. The very first few minutes of this game, he was actually the assassin Lucian, which I didn't expect. And this game here, Dash, this had 2 quadra kills, one with Tante, and this is actually the second quadra kill of Consi just going crazy with the mechanics.
Yeah.
I wish I had that. All right, anyway, for the second game, Dash.
Yeah, I could take it with the second game. Honestly, that second game, I thought that could have been Sunsparks closing the game. But it all came down to that one call from Grindsky. Also, taking over the wave clear in the mid lane when they were able to take the inhibitor turret in the mid lane. That is where it started. That is why they were able to get that last call. Let's go to the base. Let's take the Nexus down. Let's bait them to the Baron. And I think the MVP during that one was Bo. Bo actually stopped a lot of players from going in with a recall. Only Hayes was able to get back, and Hayes wasn't able to do anything in that game 2. Just went in right there. Pretty fast. Game 3. What do you think about it?
Well, I just want to add that there's another MVP on game number 2, which was the watch party, because we were screaming on top of our lungs when the base quote unquote base race was happening, and you know the recalls were being cancelled. But on the third game, look at this. The dragons descend. The mother of dragons bend the knee, ladies and gentlemen. But we actually have Shyvana lecture for a minute here. Basically, on the first dragon, I was actually a bit skeptic because as a Shyvana player myself, I don't want Infernal Dragon to be the first dragon. Mainly because it doesn't give me the chance. That's the most important dragon for a Shyvana. The damage of your normal attacks when empowered by the second skill will turn from magic damage to true damage, and that's mainly the reason why he just packs a punch and he was able to get the MVP. Shout out to Coach Rick, of course, because he gave me, a Shyvana moment here in the father.
I can feel the joy just going up from Hot and Loose, just because it's of course it's such such a rare it's such a rare pick too, and so it's so great to see the Shyvana in action, of course, and by a pro team at that as well. And of course we can ask all about the Shyvana action when we interview Grindsky, which will just be coming up. I believe we do have them on standby and ready, so we should get ready to party indeed, because we all know what a hoot it could be when we have Grindsky on the line here. Grindsky, congratulations to you guys! Congratulations! Oh my gosh! Wait, did you guys arrange the table just because? Wow! Look at that!
Right.
Sorry, the mugs are all aligned and everything. So, Grindsky, of course, we're speaking to Qeon right now. Qeon, I just want to ask, this is Tita Mika coming in, of course. How is the team feeling? Are you guys okay? Are you okay? Have you guys recovered?
Okay lang naman po kami. Masaya po kasi panalo kami.
There you go. The best medicine. Woo! Yay! The best medicine, of course, the victory. And the second question. It's your second time different because parang it was more intense. Can you talk about the difference, of course, between facing the Sunsparks from week 1 sa week 3 na ngayon?
Yung yung naging difference. Na, nung first week po nila, medyo nangangapa pa sila. Tapos ngayon pong second week, third week po, parang nahanap na po nila yung timpla nila. Eh, syempre kami din po, abang ongoing yung WCS, nag-improve din po kami.
Of course. And we definitely see that in Grindsky. And to imagine that yung team, you guys weren't feeling well and you still came out with that performance. So major props to you guys. Dash, we'll lead in with your question next.
Yeah, let's go with my question for game 2 especially. That was honestly a great play from you guys. That call to go to the Nexus, who called that? I want to know who called that base go to the Nexus. Let's end it.
Si Tyson po, si Tactical. Sabi po ni Tactical, pushing yung mid, wag natin pag-recollen. Tapos yun po, inahanap namin sila. Sabay, in-stop ni si Sob, sabay nakita namin lahat. Tapos pinarekta na po. Si Bob po, nahanap po ni Bob. Pinatapos na.
Yeah. All I can say, great. Congratulations to you guys. And also, kudos to Tactical for going for that call. What about you, Lewis?
Yeah, celebrate muna. Just a heads up sa inyo guys. Kasama ko si Sir Don tsaka si Berting dun sa, shoutout. Nandun sila sa watch party. And nanonood kami, sabi namin, uy, Oasis pick yan Shivana. Uy, Garen pick ni Berting. Pero Coach Rek, actually wala akong tanong. Thank you lang na pagbigyan mo ako kasi alam mo yan, request ko to Shivana in WCS. And talagang, you made it work. So congratulations, Grindsky.
Ano pa daw pong gusto nyong makita, Sir Otolus?
may request pala.
Ay, ano pa bang request na pwede natin gawin? Pag-iisipan ko, Coach Rek, message ko na lang.
Stay tuned for that.
Sige.
There you have it, Grindsky is taking Otolus request. Yay!
Grind! May shoutout pa ba?
Congratulations to you guys. Of course. May mga shoutouts, of course, if you'd like to give messages to all of your fans.
Ano daw, Coach? Di ko na rin. Mag-shoutout na daw ko ba?
Yes! Go for it! Shoutout na!
Shoutout po sa mga boss namin, kila Sir Dennis, kila Sir Don, tapos kay Mami Cheng, Sir G, Sir Wayne. Shoutout po sa inyo lahat. Tapos shoutout din po sa girlfriend ko. Kung nanonood ka man.
Hey!
Si Wayne, kung may shoutout pa daw. Salamat po.
Thank you so much to Grindsky Esports! Yay! Thank you so much to Grindsky Esports, and I have a special shoutout. Sabi ni Vermilion, you guys are his heroes now. Thank you so much. Nagpapasiyit ng shoutout na. Thank you so much and congratulations. Good luck with the rest of your games.
Thank you po. Thank you.
It's always a party with Grindsky. I love it. I just had to point out how they arranged the mugs. It was like so well arranged, and all of the logos were facing the camera. So good, of course. And I really do have to hand it to these guys because I can't believe that they managed to give a performance like that yesterday as well, and tomorrow while feeling a little bit under the weather. So props to them. Very, very professional indeed, and still at the top of their game, even though they might not be feeling it physically. Now, of course, we have our final series of the day. It is going to be Fennel Adversities versus Cerebrum Wildrift. Now, this is, of course, I think like predictions wise, surely. but first up, Otolus.
Sure.
I don't want to jinx anything though.
Of course, Otolus, your Fennel Adversity, coming from the highest of highs, right? Being the first team to take down the undefeated Underground. For week 3, though, there is a different dynamic because now we're seeing Tom.
They have a good chance of getting the first place in the standings because, as far as I'm aware, their record stands at 2 losses, and Underground also has 2 losses. So I just wanted to be sure on that one. Am I correct
Yeah.
on that one, Dash?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So this is actually a good crack at tying for that first place with UDG. And who would have expected, right? And you did say, Mika, that there is well, not really a new player, but
Yeah.
a substitution that is happening. The study buddy of Ryzen and Calm. And again, if you ask me, Calm and Ryzen does actually have the same playstyle. I feel that this is how should I call this? A very rich starting five, that you have a Ryzen or Calm as your sixth man. Man, that's just so unfair. But then again, let us focus on the mid lane. That's going to be Arise, because we have mid lane madness over today. And Arise, yesterday, he's very calm and collected during the interview. Feels like that he's the leader, or somehow, the calming force of the squad. And yeah, his play is no question to that. He's able to bring out the Garen, the Galio, but do not forget that his Zed yesterday was also very manly. Remember that Fennel and Cerebrum did actually match up during day number 1, and the first game was a heavy spanking, a 20-0 round. So expect Arise to continue on that uprise, and just make sure that they will have a stronghold of that chance to get that number 1 spot in the standings.
I just want to say, you all mentioned this Adeluz, like Arise always seems so calm. His like you actually immediately feel calm talking to him, like even during the
exactly.
interviews, right? It's like it's like relax, okay. So that's probably why Fennel and Versti can also keep their cool, because they have Arise, soothing them. It's okay, guys. It's okay. Just one step at a time. On the other side, though, we have Cerebrum, Wildrift, and Dash. I have to say, this team is winning me over so much that I really want to see them win.
Vote for them then.
I love that. You know what? I'm already taking a shot of vinegar. Might as well, right? But I love how this team is like the epitome of UBU, just because they will focus on their game no matter the opponent. We have seen that sometimes that works, sometimes that doesn't, but there's just something about this team that you really want to root for them.
Yeah, especially love them to see them, especially during interviews. They have that almost the same energy like how Grindsky is, and you can't just hate them. You'll really love them whenever you hear them, and it's really from the heart, which is what I like about Cerebrum Wildrift. But let's go and start with them. They have always been very dependent on Zaupi being the carry, and so far it has worked in their favor. Yes, it is giving a lot of pressure onto Zaupi, but Zaupi said yesterday, okay lang, kaya niya daw gawin yun. But also, Evalis so far has put himself in a more laid-back position, which is something that I like. I've seen him play a lot of tanks. He played Lulu yesterday on the top side, so that is a lot of things. I think Evalis has always been a good top laner, but now he's just going for the laid-back position, just going for enabling his team whenever he can. And one thing I think is the very great strength of this team is their capability to mature still. They have a lot of ways to mature. So far, the first round robin has been a good showing. They can still get up there. They can still evolve. Remember, this is their first run for the WCS, and still, there's nowhere to go but up. But before that, let's go and start off with Pago, who is now has played excellently yesterday during their games. Pago has played Lucian twice. Has been the early game leader for them. Early game, he's always setting the face up for the team, and that's the reason why they were able to win most of their games. It was a 2-0. This team has been very volatile. Trades here, trades there, get wins there, and I think Pago also has a very, very great champion pool. Look at that. He has the Fizz, he has the Garen, and pulled even an Irelia up there. And so far, I have been liking the format that they have for each other, and I love them at the interviews.
Yeah, definitely. That's also one of my favorite parts. And of course, we also do remember Pago from from the fall season with the signature Fizz. It's it's a very unique champion as well.
Yeah, my favorite fish, Jamie's Esports, Pago.
Yeah,
let's
the
go.
chili garlic with the fish.
Exactly. Before Fizz was cool, Pago was already picking it. That's why Pago is my the very first player that I will remember on that champion.
Yeah, Same here, same here. And going into our head-to-head, of course, for our mid-lane madness that we have today, we are going to be seeing Arise and Pego over here. And Dash, I'm gonna give this to you first. Again, you have two very, we have two. Of course, we have two good mid players here. But Fennel Adversity, though, again, looking at the top of the standings, and we have Cerebrum Wildrift that has a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, this is a way different playstyle for me and from Arise and Pego. Pego has always been the early game beast, but with different champions than what Arise has always pulled up in the mid lane. Arise has pulled out a lot of Zeds, a lot of Assassins. Pego has even pulled out an Irelia and a Garen. So this is a very different playstyle, but one thing that actually sticks together with them is they're good at the early game. So I'm expecting a lot of duels in the mid lane for both of them. And yeah, that's it for me for both of them.
Just excited for them. That's it. It's going to be an uphill battle for Pego because Arise feels like, if you have a more solid stack as a team and you could revert back, or basically what Arise's identity is for this team is to help just make sure that the early game and the mid game will be controlled by Fennel Adversity. Again, I dub them as the counter puncher. So being at the right place and at the right time is basically what Arise is known for. Now, on the other side, Pego is not going to shy away in starting team fights. So that's basically the compare and contrast between these two.
And comparing and contrasting, of course, our panel performance today with, previous ones, it's not so great. We are at our last series right now. We only have 1 point
We're
each.
dead.
And I think it's safe to say that, we're pretty
You wanna
much
go
dead
Cerebrum?
come post-show. I do have to point out, though, that Autolus already has taken the vinegar shot. You can actually go back to the previous streams and replay it if you need to. So I feel like, he's kind of like good. It's
I'll
me,
do
it's
something
myself,
else.
and Dash that are in trouble, I feel.
I'm actually ready if ever, though.
Are you?
Are you
I'll do
excited
something
for
else.
this? are you way too excited for this? But of course,
Is this your first time doing a consequence here, Dash?
Yeah, actually it is.
Okay,
Most
that's
of the
fine.
time I'm first. That's why I
Oh
haven't.
yeah, the cheater
yeah,
mentality.
yeah. No. You don't escape this time. We're gonna
Right.
make sure it's gonna be there. And let's just of course go through our last predictions for the day, however abysmal they might be. And Dash, I'm gonna start with you. I think we're also pretty much aligned here, so I'm just gonna have you actually represent us.
Yeah,
Are
pretty
we-
much the same for all of us, though. I
Yeah.
mean, it's FLA. They're gonna be winning this game.
FLA.
And I think it's gonna be a 2-0.
Right?
We've been terrible. We've been so terrible
Yeah.
when we try and do this. So, just for the record, like we did, yes, we were correct with Grindsky, but we have not predicted like the scores at all, which is which is bad. So stay tuned for the post show where you will see myself and Dash take a shot of vinegar. We'll plan out when exactly to do
Tomorrow
that.
I'll go to church or something and wash off something. There's something happening with me lately. I don't know. I have to fix this.
And again, Autolus has already done this, so
Or
I
maybe
think go back to
the dare is for me to go to church.
That could actually work, though. That's okay.
perhaps.
Oh my God.
I'm just gonna say I'm happy with my shot of vinegar. I'll take this. I'll take this. See you for the post show for that. But of course, we have Fennel Adversity and Cerebrum Wildrift. And I have to say, guys, before we throw it to the game, what I really do love as well about Cerebrum Wildrift is that it feels like the impossible can happen with them. I mean, we've seen some pretty amazing things that shouldn't normally happen in like Pro Wild Rift, or like very, very rare to happen in Pro Wild Rift happen when these guys enter the rift. So I don't know what shenanigans we're prepared for, but it seems like, as well, like, you highlighted Evilis, for example, bringing out, some unusual top laner picks. So I am very, very prepared for that. Stay tuned to see what other stuff Cerebrum Wildrift have planned against one of the big shots in the league, Fennel Adversity, coming right up in our last series. Casters, over to you guys.
Thank you very much, panel, and we are back in WCS Philippines. I'm Infinity, and this is Deadeye with me for the last series of today in Deadeye. It has been absolutely amazing. It's going to be
Yeah.
CE versus FLA, and the panel has talked about their predictions going through FLA here, so we'll see how that would happen. But set aside, how are you doing, Deadeye? We're here for the last series.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. It has been a long day for us here in the Day2 in our week 3, but all the games were very exciting here. Speaking of excitement, of course, FLA is in a hot streak right now, Infinity, and they are going to face, of course, Cerebrum, Wildrift this time around. Big challenge once again for Cerebrum, but yes, as the panel have said, Cerebrum made few changes here at the start of our third week, and I do believe we are going to expect it on their side. But FLA, I think, pretty good, looking good with Com joining in. I think this is going to be the second official game here in the group stages, and let's see what is going to be going to happen rather in the Rift.
Yeah, and Calm has played 2 times, I believe, over the past few days. One of which is Darius, but that's a loss, and then they picked up a Kali, then that's a win. So those are the champions that Calm has picked up. We'll see if that will adjust throughout the next series, including this one. But now we're here into the draft, Deadeye. It's FLA versus CE for the game 1.
All right, FLA and CE. What the similar thing about these two teams is they love to have those big team fights here. However, CE, we have seen them being aggressive in the early stage of the game. I think they just enable Zalpi on the jungle road to carry the game here. And Evilis, and as Dash has mentioned, is stepping down right now, filling in the role for that utility somehow. But let us see if that is going to continue here against FLA. On the other side, FLA showing flexibility as well. We have seen them for the first time, that assassin pick of comp against the side of Team UDG. But this time around, respect fans are in. They don't want to give Evilis Nasus still. And look at CE. They have seen Com on that Akali. They will take it down. And of course, the late game strategy, as always, coming in from FLA with that Bane down as well.
Yeah, and you can't give any more respect on how Fennel Adversity is banning away these champions. We all know Ivolis Nasus is just marked for himself. Like when we talk about Nasus, it's Ivolis immediately.
Oh yeah.
And Ziggs is also a champion that How has picked up with 67% win rate. So how much Fennel Adversity is putting away from CE is actually quite huge here in the ban phase. But now with set being open for FLA, they're gonna lock it in immediately. Priorities for Fennel Adversity.
Probably could be the first time we're about to see Com on the sets on the top side though. And CE secures again yet another Lulu. Will this be another Evilis Lulu we are going to expect here? And yeah, so far how champion picks consistently going to go for that AP carry. His locks, skill shots on the blind binding, always on point here. And we are going to expect Fleur to support this pick on his aggressive champions. We have seen him on the Leona on the previous series here. Could be possibly been locked in as well. The fresh, so many openings for Fleur here. The Rakan as well. But we haven't seen yet the carry champions being locked in for CE. And there you go. The Zed been locked in. I think this is also the comfort pick of Arise, denying Tego's Zed in that manner.
Yeah, and I like how you touched up on the Thresh, because we all know Ivolis went Lulu top yesterday, right? Which was blowing my mind. You're putting Lulu on top side, but it actually kind of works. They won in that game. And now Lux, for How, has been the most played champion that he has played in the WCS Philippines. So I absolutely see that happening if ever CE wants to go for that option of Ivolis going Lulu top once again. But Jax being that last pick for the first phase draft here for Cerebrum Esports, and now we're in the second phase bans. Any expectations here, Deadeye?
All right, so far we have seen CE right now going to go for that funnel strategy again for the Zag, their typical play style here. But on the second phase, haven't seen yet. Probably could be a Danny Morgana here, or in this, or a Rafi Morgana. But so far, no hard engagers yet. They need a proper setup here. Morgana could be enough, but I think they need that additional support there to set it up. Though, of
Yeah.
course, Arise on the Zed, probably to two assassin comp once again for FLA here could be possible
Mhm.
here, but they are going to ban though that Olaf as well as the Grace for the side of CE. Mostly jungle champions right now being taken down. FLA on the other side. There you go. Rakan is out. You have as well that Karen being taken out as well. And let us see this combo here on the right side.
And that's the most interesting thing. They ban away and target the jungle pool of Doming, but they're leaving Lee Sin open. They're leaving Gragas open. Graves and Olaf has only been picked one time by Doming and has won it, sure, but it's not the most pick that Doming has ever put out in WCS Philippines. So an interesting pool that Cerebrum Esports has banned away onto Doming's champion. Like Kha'Zix is open as well, one of the top picks of Doming too. So an interesting case of scenario there for FLA. But Garen Rakan banned away by FLA in the same way. And Leona has been picked for CE for the support.
All right, pick off comp for sure for the side of FLA right now being locked in. We only need to see. I think Rafi, this is going to be Rafi's champion right now, is missing here. No, actually,
Morgana
it is
support,
going to
it
be
is.
Camille. Yeah, so
Or
probably it is
support.
going to be Arise Zed, of course, and Doming here on the. Oh, no, sorry. I think this
This is an interesting. Yeah.
a support set here. Probably
Yeah,
a
it could
support
be.
set. And we are going to see a top side Camille probably. Yes, a jungler here for Doming. Rise on the Zed. And wow. And a very greedy last pick as well for the side of CE. Yes, you have a Lulu. What's great about this one is you can support the Jax progression and the Riven as well. But the front to back connection here, they have to rely most of the burst potential here for the Lux. But
Yeah,
you
so-
need the time. You need the time to scale for these champions here.
A very interesting case of scenarios because Fennel Adversity might go like Set Morgana bot lane, Zed mid lane, Kha'Zix jungle, Camille top lane. And I'll see is thinking to go back again to what they did yesterday, right? Lulu top side, and then Lux Leona bot lane, Riven mid lane, and then Jax jungle. So this is really just blows my mind. And since this is a toss-up, now that I want to ask you, like, what are the winning conditions of both these lineups? Because I have no idea what's going to happen here.
So basically, the bot side here for the side of CE, you have so many kits here to go for that heavy aggression in the early stage of the game. But remember, Danny on that Morgana, you have the Black Shield just in case. You have been CC'd here with the Zenith Blade or Light Binding here. You have as well Rafi on that set as well, which can go for that counter engage just in case if they are going to be initiated here in the early game. And what's great about this one is the Riven pick and the Jax pick from CE. The top side Lulu once again, we showed up here. It's gonna funnel all the gold here for Zaupi's jungler and let Pego here in the mid side having this lane priority as well. All the gold will funnel for Pego as well as Jax. They need to scale these two champions because without the proper optimizations here, I think they lack the damage department compared to the side of FLA, especially two assassins is here on their team composition.
Yeah, and it's interesting if you talked about the Riven being mid lane being interesting. But I feel like it's okay because you're going to have like a Zed Riven matchup. But I do understand, like Riven in mid lane is untraditional. And Pego has picked this up like 2 times in a row, has lost both of them. So I don't know whether to go and agree and disagree. But nevertheless, Pego went Riven.
Yep.
And now we're here in game number 1 of FLA versus
This is going to be very interesting series indeed. And look at this one. Nice crowd control right now being pulled up coming in from Danny and Rafi. And this will continue, Infinity. Cerebrum here must have utilized that poking potential coming in from How on his Lux. I think they can do a brawl here, but in the mid side though.
just the visits from Doming, just gonna say hi, and then Pego's just gonna walk away.
Yeah, I think this will continue here. I think FLA should dictate the tempo in the early stage of the game. Again, they don't want that breathing space here for these two champions here, Jax and Riven specifically. And on the top side though, Evilis on the Lulu, I think he's doing great here. But when the level 5 will be online on the side of FLA, everything will turning around. But look at this one on the top side.
Zalpi's here, baby, and now it's
Oh.
going to be Raph going through and getting that punch in. Now to disengage. Great move from FLA, but a great response. Thomas safe.
Exactly. I do love that rotations coming in from Rafi, and I think
Yeah.
he has that map awareness as well. But on the top side, he's going to be in danger. Speaking of danger here on the bot side, again, CE is utilizing their skill set here. And unfortunately, that rotations coming in from Pego did not happen. And CE must, of course, control this lane in order for them to have that breathing space for Zalpi as well as Pego.
Yeah, it was an interesting scenario. I mean, I think what would CE do there, supposedly, was flirt to initiate and then followed up by Hao with the light binding. But when looking at the mana of Hao, I don't think he has enough mana to actually go for that engage. So they went just back away. Pego doesn't want to engage under the turret, especially using a flash at this late in the minute of the early phase at 3 minutes. If you use it this early, you're not going to have that flash later on for the Cloud Dragon. So not going to go through. CE is playing very safe at the moment, which I think is more clever. And now, I want to ask you here, that I paint me a picture at a 4-minute mark, especially with Cloud Dragon and Rift Herald coming up. What would we expect at that phase of the match?
And I think Evilus should join the team fights here. I think he plays a big role on that Lulu top side because his wild growth as well as his additional sustain could will be beneficial for this hired engagers, as we have mentioned, on the side of Cerebrum Esports. And now we are seeing recalls on the side of CE. I think they are preparing here. They are very strong when it comes to a 5v5 team fight, and they must utilize this one. FLA on the other side, before going to those objectives, they must have the takeoff, and I think we are seeing one on the bot side.
Yeah, you called it.
Ooh.
And now look at mid lane. Leona and Lux there. Looking to find a kill. That's Leona coming through for the initial engage, but nice getaway from Morgana, but flash burned.
I think this is going to be a handshake. We're seeing Infinity. No contest here from the side of CE on the Dragon, but I think they are still have the they do have the time here to go for the contest.
Good FLA. Polymorph on Tom. Not gonna be enough. Solar Flare also cancelled. Nice ultimate. Look at that format CC from Raph. And that final spark only connected onto one, but that's enough to disengage. First blood coming to the side of FLA. And FLA has taken the ace at a 4-minute mark of the game. What a nice punish from FLA.
Indeed, Infinity. That was great initiation coming in from Rafe. My man. That Freeman knockup just made a big punish there for the formation of CE. And I do love how FLA disengaging that team fight as well and engaging back as well. Perfect display. No one can pick off in that situation against FLA here. They managed to take that Rift Herald as well, which is very, very crucial here for CE because they want that early game space, but without that objective, it's going to be a challenge for them here on.
Yeah, I like how you pointed out about the Rift Herald going to the side of Fennel Adversity as well, because getting the ace for the Fennel Adversity side is already a ton of gold. But CE doesn't have any trade after that. So just a huge, huge deficit in the 4-minute mark, and we just might know what can be the outcome of this matchup. But it's too early to tell. At CE having this 5v5, as you stated a while ago, let's see if they can actually utilize this 5v5 lineup to take their gold deficit into a gold advantage.
This is what I love about the Morgana pick from the side of FLA. We have seen that one. It was a skill shot being hit against Danny on the blind binding, but negated by the Black Shield. This is how important that Morgana plays their role in the side of FLA this time around. And we have seen CE are making plays, and they must. I cannot blame CE here because without the pick of plays, without that opportunity for them to go for the kills, their economy here will be in a disadvantage. But look at this one on the bot.
That Marconego might just have to kill him. That is a nice kill from Arise. Now going in for the shadows, use up the flash over the wall, but up here on top side, another fight occurs, and now Zalpi falls down, making a triple for FLA. They're going in for the clean sweep here for game number 1. 8 kills, 2 turrets, 0 deaths.
Oh man, Will this be another flawless win here? We are going to expect
I like the
Infinity,
pun
but
there that I.
yeah, because I think this FLA's movement right now is similar against the UDG. They are just perfect. They are just everywhere here across the map. They know they defended the bot side. They pushed the top side. CE is scattered around. They lack the mobility needed as well to go for that response. And FLA just punishing them so much. And this team comp coming in from FLA, the two assassins comp, and this still continues against CE, is very effective right now.
Yeah, and one of the winning conditions of Fennel University, aside from like winning team fights, getting the dragons, getting all the gold advantage, is also split pushing. Because you have Camille, you have Zed, so a lot of these power picks can push on different part of the map, and that is what they're doing at the moment. And CE has to engage, right? And if they go engage in a one lane, look at Zed, split pushing top lane. So a lot of split manpower for CE that they need to allocate. And it's actually really hard for CE at the moment to try and do something about this.
Very hard indeed, and they lack the mobility, as I stated a while ago. It's not easy for them to respond instantly there because Zed has his skill set to go for that the shadows movement there, and you have the Camille with a hook shot movement as well. And look at this one, a 1-3-1 setup in display for the side of FLA, and this is going to be another objective team fight we're about to expect.
Yeah, the floor is ready to engage. Danny on the front line, getting some damage. Hexic ultimatum there onto Zhao P. That's going to be the follow-up. Look at the backside. This is back to front, and this is not what CE wants. And now Zhao P dies, Floor dies, Hao dies. It is 4-man kill for FLA.
Oh my god, Infinity, again! Rafa's showstopper, stopping the contest of CE in that matter. And look at how Pego responded too late in that situation. Again, mobility is the key here, and great punishment once again coming in from FLA. And look at this one. It is going to be initiated by Taupi here, but Hextech ultimatum shoving away all the players against CE. And look at the follow-up on the showstopper from the side of Rafi. Beautiful team fight. Again, another flawless victory there in that objective takedown.
Yeah, and thank you, production, for showing that replay, because now I know
Thank
that
you.
Floor didn't even see the light of day. Didn't even use his ultimate, wasn't even able to flash, because Raph was there to go and chain CC that that support champion from CE. So absolutely insane play there from FLA. And if Floor is down, pretty much every single champion of CE will falter down as well, because the only tank that they have is Floor. Yes, Zhao P can be acted as a tank, but if you don't have your ultimate for Zhao P or your anti-normal attacks, you're not gonna be a tank. So that's gonna be a hard situation there for CE, but at least they got a turret onto the bot side, so a little bit injection when it comes to gold.
Let's go back to Judge Raph's here, Infinity. I was shocked that their last pick is Riven here. You can really tell that the victory conditions for CE here is to go online for the Jack, to go online for that Riven here. But this is too much greedy here. Yeah, you're putting the Riven in the mid lane just to funnel, of course, the gold here, and putting Ivalice here on the top side for Zaupi to farm the jungle as well. But look at the network difference we are seeing from both teams right now. It is going to be FLA pushing pressure in all lanes.
Really, really dangerous spot here for CE, but that Rift Herald just got the charge onto the inhib turret bot lane. Huge value. Now FLA though has 14k gold lead in 10 minutes.
And this is really difficult here because the map as well is being controlled by FOA. How can you farm the jungle area if it's controlled by your opponent here? FLA knows their victory conditions. They have the split push. They have now the lane pressure. It's going to be difficult for CE to have their gold funneling their champion carries here in this moment in time. No more outer tires on the bot side. I think CE right now is spreading, as you can see in the map right now. They are very strong in the 5v5, but FLA here with the isolation play.
There we go. That mark in. Electrocute is up, and that will be Pego burning alive. Kill for a rise.
And this will continue in the middle lane. The action.
up. He slowed. Raph went in for the ultimate. Nice. Dreamman CC. Final spark will not deal enough to kill Raph. And now CE has lost 3 members. Make it more, as now it's 4 forced to back away. It's Lulu forced to retreat. And Zed has his eyes on the prize. Inhibitor down bot lane.
Oh my goodness, Raph, different monster here, but look at this one. It is still a sweet escape for a rise on the Zed, taking down the first inhibitor turret against the side of CE. And I think this is also the first time we are going to see Raph on the set support as well. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
FLA right now showing here in the start of the 3rd week the flexibility, the change in their victory conditions, the change in their strategy, implementing it here. What a perfect timing for the start of our 2nd round robin. And look at this one again. How can you somehow not love that set? That set from set, if you know what I mean. Coming in from Rafe is just insane here. And this is going to be another on the top river.
Absolutely insane. All Dragons comes in for FLA, but there we go. Arise almost got killed, and CE just might have that opportunity to get those goals coming in. But Calm is here to go in, and it's now Raph setting up the team once again. Now CE lost their jungler. Pago used the flash already. They're trying to retreat. It's FLA going in for the finish, as Pago will fall down, and Pago will be the last man standing for CE.
Time and time and time and time again, FLA showing such finesse in their team fights here against CE. On that first series, again, that was a stomp. Autoluz have mentioned it was a spanking at 20-0. This is also going to be the similar situation because it's going to be GG. Oh my goodness.
Nice game from FLA. Almost a perfect win, but the third came through for CE and bot lane, so not that perfect, but nevertheless, those clean kills, no deaths, all dragons, all objectives to decide for Fennel adversity. Typical traditional playstyle of the Fennel team, as they are that controlled aggression team that we keep on talking about from the Icon series, and with that game 1 being that clean sweep from FLA here. Now, Deadeye, I want to ask the question on what does CE need to change for game number 2, now that we're waiting for that highlight to come through, that they need to change.
Oh man, this is really difficult indeed for the side of CE because we have seen here their trend on their composition. They tried to experiment as well. Now, of course, Evil is in the loot on the top side, on the top lane there. It's funneling two heavy carry champions on the side of CE. I think this is just a too greedy lineup. I love their composition before. To be honest, on our first round robin, just concentrate on Zhao, please, on the carry jungler while doing heavy aggression coming in from Hao and Fleur on the bot side. But Evil is also being the second carry here, while Evil is being the utility in this moment in time against FLA's team fight. Aggression, as we have seen here, perfect display here. I think they need to go for Evil's transition again from a utility role right now into a second carry in this game.
Yeah, and we already know how the game would probably turn out from the first Rift Herald fight and the Ocean Dragon fight, where Fennel Adversity got 2 aces, or 1 ace, then 4 kills. Nevertheless, they got so much gold funneled through their whole team. And in 13 minutes of this game, what we're looking at right now is they have like 18k gold lead or 19k gold lead. Probably the biggest gold advantage that we've seen so far in WCS being to the side for Fennel Adversity. So that was what happened for this specific team. And of course, the player of the game, that setter, is set from Rafi.
Oh, sure. 100%. Man, his sets from his sets does incredibly a show. A show. And I think this is a Rafi show we are seeing here in the game 1 against Cerebrum Esports Infinity. I do love his initiations there. This is the first time we've seen him on the set, and he does it beautifully here against the side. Flawless indeed against the side of CE. Now I think in the side of Fennel University, I think no major changes should be implemented here on the side, because they're just doing it very, very good, implementing against UDG's pick off comp here, now here against the CE, doing pretty good as well. Why change if it's not broken, right?
Yeah, since we have a bit more time, I'm gonna do some rapid questions here, Deadeye. Yes or no questions. Do you think in game 2 they should go for Ludo once again topside?
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Lux
anymore.
Leona on bot lane. Is that going to be
Sure.
sufficient enough
Sure.
to go for match and match? And that absolutely is. Right? We'll see how Paygo will do it, because you have expected different champion in mid lane, but Riven came through. So do you think this would be the same strategy that Paygo is going to do in next game?
Let's see, because CE loves to have that similar strategy time and time again and improve by means of their execution. If they go for that Lulu again on the top side, it's gonna be scary here, because we know how FLA should execute once again their play style.
Well, that's it. Rapid question, yes and no. Deadeye has answered it. We'll see if that comes through for game number 2. I'm Infinity and this is Deadeye. We're gonna take a short break, but when we come back, it's match point for Fennel University.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Well, we're back, everyone. Welcome to the WCS Philippines. I'm Infinity. You guys know me, and you guys know my co-caster here, Deadeye, joined for the cast for the match point for Fennel Adversity. They have won game one very, very clean, and now CE has to do something. Big changes, or minute changes, but different execution to win game two and bring this to game three.
Yeah, Infinity, and I really expect, of course, that CE will stick to their guns, original guns for that matter, in the first series, because I think that was perfect for them. There's experimentation right now of having Evilis on Lulu. They did have a window in this kind of team composition against the side of Sunsparks, but this time around against FLA, the composition from FLA is very different. Plus, their execution here is way different compared to the side of Sunsparks as well. And this will continue here. The pick off comp from FLA, I think they just managed to execute it very perfectly here against CE. And they know that CE loves to have that front back composition. Mobility is really lacking in that aspect here. That's why the pressure on the side lanes, as we have seen, it's going to be the Zed here on the side, Camille on the other side. And now with their composition for the side of CE, it's just difficult to respond instantly there. So that is one of the weakness coming in from CE. But when it comes to major team fights, oh man, I think I can consider Cerebrum here as one of the heavy team fighting team, and they managed to have some magic show the team fight as well. But let us see here the game two against the side of FLA.
Yeah, I'm really curious on what the changes will be. Because I don't know, Lulu might not be an experiment. Maybe they're practicing it before, even prior to WCS. But this is the first time that we're seeing this Lulu top lane. I mean, we saw Oasis go in for Yumi top. So nevertheless, support top lanes. I mean, it's being there in the meta, being mixed with all the compositions. But now we're in the draft, and CE is now on blue side selection, and FLA is now on red side. And Akali and Nasus banned away. Now this brings the ante a notch. Like, what would CE prioritize, as they are the first pick?
Yeah, I think again, their composition really relies for that scaling on Zalpi's jungler here, probably, or Evilis. Usually it's gonna be Evilis here. They're first picking the Nasus, they're first picking the Lulu, and I don't know if they're going to pick once again Lulu as their prio champion here in their composition, because we have seen the result there against FOA. In this bans, first phase of the bans, though, I think we are going to see similar bans, respecting bans against each other here. And CE on the first pick, I don't know if it's going to be Evilis again on the Lulu, on the Nasus. Depending on what victory conditions we'll see, it will set in. If they're going to go for Zalpi's funneling again, I think Lulu is probably one. Let's see. This first pick will start where we guess, literally here in our second game.
Yeah, and I think with Jace open, it might be the priority here by CE, because Pago has picked it 4 times already, has won 2 times with this specific champion, but Morgana being locked in, also one of the power picks at the moment, with Hal picking it up for 3 times and winning 1 time. So it can go to Hal, it can go to Floor, depending on what CE wants. But this is a nice pick coming in from CE.
Yeah, probably could go for Hal here. And we have seen the Morgana-Leona combo. And this is very, very dangerous as well. But FLA here, going to lock in, of course, the Camille. I think this is, I said a while ago, maybe setting the same trend here by the side of FLA, going to go for the split push pick off composition. But I'm really excited here if it is going to be Fleur's Leona going to be locked in. Oh, the Galio.
Camille Galio! It was left open! And
oh, yeah, exactly.
We predicted this to come up, because if this happens, Camille can just hex the ultimatum, Galio will come through to follow up, and it's an absolute obnoxious duo to fight against, especially in team fights. And there's just going to be a very difficult task now for CE to battle against this Camille and Galio, and we're expected to see some Stasis Enchant coming through for CE as well.
That's true, that's true. But, oh, there you go. Still that Lulu and the Jax been locked in. So this is gonna be another final strategy here. But yeah, you have mentioned, of course, this classic combo, the Camille and the Galio. But remember, they have the Morgana. That Black Shield can mitigate the
Jace
Hextech
open.
Ultimatum. This is going to be a great counter as well. Oh my goodness, the trio Diablo here. Typical, of course, Hextech Ultimatum, Hero's Entrance, and boom, bam, with that Mega Infernal Bomb there. But I'm still trying to see Cerebrum Wildrift drafts here be okay, since they do have that Morgana Black Shield. If timed properly here, the combo will be negated for sure for the side of FLA. Yes, stasises will be secured for sure, but again, CE, they must not have a greedy lineup here. Two greedy champions in their composition with a final Lulu could be dangerous here in the early stage of the game. That's why they need that duo on the bot lane to go online earlier. So Leona is a possible pick for the side of CE here. We have seen Fleur and How here on the combo just stun, just almost 4 to 5 seconds stun here for the Zenith Blade and the Dark Binding combo. But on the other side, FLA going for the classic combo wombo.
Yeah, my expectations is I don't know, but this might be just a toss-up CE. But I think Lulu might come in bot lane, and they're gonna pick Darius for top side. That's just a random toss-up thing that CE might do, because we've seen Ivalice play on Darius really strongly. So that is my expectations to at least match up against Camille's pace. And FLA, the interesting part is they're still going for Zed Camille. So they have this split push, and they have this massive engage.
Oh, there you go.
Baron?
Could
Not
be.
Darius, but still Baron lane.
I think this is gonna be a mid Garen,
Yeah, it could
probably. Yeah, it could as well. And if you have mentioned, of course, that that Ludo can be go for the support. No, as I said, it is gonna be a Leona Morgana here. This is very strong, to be honest. Infinity, we have seen this in action. It's very scary, and Evil's skill shot here and Fleur's skill shot are no questions asked. They know how to initiate team fights. They know how to go for the pick off. And this is great. This is looking great. I think this is the CE I want to see in their composition. But FLA, again, pick off comp. You have a Camille. You have a Zed once again. And remember, CE's weakness is mobility. And I think FLA will take advantage of that, going to roam around, securing objectives of their objectives. But CE's prio victory condition here is to secure the bot lane, give some space to Zalpi on the Jax, and I think the Garen top right now could have a great defense there to hold their ground until Zalpi's go online.
Now, honestly, I think Fennel Adversity has hit the jackpot. The jackpot of their lineup. Because these are like jack of all trades composition, wherein they could go for a split push comp with a Zed and Camille, and then there could be pick of comp because of Kha'Zix and Zed to assassinate alongside with Camille. They could go for team fights because they have Galio, Camille, and they have Ziggs as well. So a lot of winning condition options here for Fennel Adversity. And now that I want to ask you the question here for CE, the opposing side of this game number 2, what will be their winning condition, as we saw Lulu a while ago and now it's here again for game 2?
I think the same. So what's great about this one is they negate that Riven in their composition. I have said that was a very greedy composition on the game 1. Now without the Riven right now, I think this Garen in the mid doesn't need much items, to be honest. So I think they can concentrate fully on Zalpi funneling in their strategy here. On the other side, FLA, again, I think this is going to be the same strategy as we have seen on the game 1. Go for the split push, go for the pick off here. Do not give that breathing space for Zalpi to go online on the Jax. And what's scary about the bot side, though, is the House, Morgana, and Fleur's Leona combination here. Danny and Rafe should be very careful as well in picking those poke team fights on the bot.
Yeah. And how CE does it, I actually do like the Scryer's Bloom that was initiated by Pego. And now, what CE now knows is Dameng starts on top side quadrant jungle. and that gives information for Zhao P to match up the pace. What are they going to do in this early game? So really, really valuable information there that Paygo provided for his team in the first minute of that matchup. And now, welcome everyone to the match point, game number 2 of the FLA versus CE, a very standard early game for both teams.
There you go. On the bot side, though, I think we are seeing some action again. Fleur here and How. Effective duo ever since I've seen them here in their first week. They really know how to harass in the early stage of game. And I think CE as a team, they are very aggressive indeed here in the early stage of game. The catalyst there is Fleur mostly on the supporting role, just making opportunities for the side of CE. And look at him waiting for the right moment to jump in. And I guess not. With the poking potential coming in from FLA, is going to be easily mitigated there. But so far, this is a better team for me compared to the game 1 for the side of CE.
Oh. Danny is now building up onto that Blue Dance Echo. Built up onto half of the item completed already. So if Blue Dance Echo has been completed, that's going to deal a lot of damage. In similar manner, I like the resets coming through from both bot laners. Because How also resetted, and now that's half of the Leandra's Torment being locked through. So we now know what the first couple of core item prioritizations here for both teams.
Yeah, look at the rotations coming in from Fleur. This is the classic Fleur I've seen here. Just leaving there How because he knows that Morgana is going to be easy to clear the wave here on the bot side. So no much threat there. But Fleur is making this some plays. I've said it a while ago that he is the catalyst of making opportunities for early game pickoffs for the side of CE. I think this is what they want here. Unfortunately, though, not yet at this moment. But meanwhile, on the top side, it is going to be Zalpi also going to go for that rotations as well. Will this be the first blood we're about to see? I guess CE is just waiting for the right moment here.
Yeah, and Zalpi is ready to go as well if ever something happens. Fennel University has information. They have the ward through that entrance on that pitch, so it doesn't really matter. They know Paygo is there just hovering around that right side quadrant jungle. And now, what I like is now Danny going into the mid lane. This is the pattern that we see in professional scene or the competitive scene, because having the duo come in mid in 3 minutes or 3 minutes and 50 seconds gives you that power to roam into the Infernal Drake or the Rift Herald. So a really strong roam here from Fennel University, going for the duo into the mid lane.
Yeah, that's true. And with their skill sets here, of course, the Hero's Entrance and the Mega Infernal Bond is going to be easy for them to respond as well in those objective team fights. FLA is now preparing here. CE as well. I think CE's prio objective here is the Herald because they want to, of course, secure the early stages of the game. But possibly going for that Infernal Drake contest as well, because the Infernal Drake is very scary to have for that late scaling potential. And there you go. CE will secure this Rift Herald first. A handshake we're about to see here between these two teams.
Yeah. Well, not yet gotten, but I do echo the thoughts here. The handshake series there. See, getting the Rift Herald and the Fennel Adversity going for the Infernal Dragon, which means the Fennel Adversity, if ever comes into that mid-game, late-game phase, Ziggs's damage is going to be absolutely insane.
Yeah. And so far, this is going to be FLA going to go for a team fight in the bot.
Yeah, team fight happens. LP, Wild Drone not going to be enough. That's the first blood for Fennel Adversity. And now Ivalis is in danger as Arise is slowly peeling and poking him down. Double kill for Arise.
Oh my, the burst coming in from Arise, man. Nemo's Ghost Blade already been locked in as well. Additional mobility. But this is going to be defense coming in from FLA in the mid.
But the Rift Herald will be able to charge in. Half damage, and now Fennel Adversity has lost in that HP onto the mid lane, but it doesn't matter. C did not secure the tower for his blood, which means Fennel Adversity can still have that injection of gold if ever they come first in getting the tower.
And this is great for FLA. Manage to defend that mid turret, which is the most important turret here in the game, because if it opens up, it's going to be easy for CE here to invade the jungle areas across the rift. And FLA right now still looking pretty good, having those double kills going into Arise. And we know when Arise is online, he's going to wreak havoc here. And this is going to be defense on the top side.
Yeah, and FLA, nice clear on the wave, but Tower First Blood for CE, nice gold injection for Zalp and Pego.
Still, they managed to have the turret first blood here for the side of CE. Great move here for the side of CE indeed. But Doming going to look for kills. I think he's out of position here.
But he can just jump. He has the flash. So a lot of outplays that Doming can do in that specific pit. And that is the reason why you didn't see like CE just going all in onto Doming, because of the mobility that it has in this specific game. So a good out there for Fennel Adversity, but still, this game is looking real close. 6 minutes into the matchup, let's look at the gold. Only a couple of hundred gold lead from Fennel Adversity.
Yeah. And but so far, look at the gold from How compared here to Danny. It's almost a 1K difference here, and this is what's great about CE, right? Having How here on that AP champion, it's getting easy for them to clear the waves here, trying to go for that hold on the bot side while Fleur making his rotations here across the rift, and I think they're doing it right now here in the middle lane as well. But so far, CE and FLA just doing their thing. We're not seeing some action right now. But when it comes to the team fight, though, I think FLA should go for the pick off. And Zalpi as well as Evilis sticking together right now with Fleur in the fray as well. Probably going to go for the reset this time around, looking for opportunities here for both teams. But look at Pego.
I mean, it's a cat and dog fight.
Oh yeah,
Rice will run away. And I want to tackle on something that you mentioned a while ago. How has this 1K gold lead when matched up against Danny. And I believe what happened there is How is just left farming in bot lane.
Exactly,
Right?
yeah.
So Ziggs, on the other hand, roams on top side a while ago, roams on mid lane. So this consistent roams, yes, buys more members for Fennel University, but loses on that gold. And now it's CE going to initiate, as that will be the kill, going for Pego with Flash and Ignite burned out. Fennel University loses their jungler.
This is what I'm saying. Once the Dark Biting hits, so many CC will follow up here. And that Zenith blade as well cannot move, man. Doming cannot even use his flash in that moment. So this is what makes the composition of Cerebrum Wildrift scary, is this combination of Morgana and Leona. And mind you, I think Leona this week has been one of the successful champions right now, being used by our competing teams here. And this is going to be again another team fight in the DR objective. I think CE this time around will go for that contest.
Yeah, Mountain Dragon in start of the Fennel University. How is there? Burning the ground. A Fleur is ready to go. The CC we're waiting for is now there. Rafi going in for the two-man taunt. It's now Fennel University getting that Mountain Dragon. Followed up by the Hero's Entrance when the Hextech Ultimatum came up. Now Fleur is down. Traded for Rafi. Two supports are gone. And now Doming will follow through. Calm is dead as well. This is a triple kill for CE. And this is what they need. But Arise followed up with a kill. And now it's How down, as Arise will try to run away. They've got the even trade, and that is good for them.
Still, it is going to be a win for FLA, securing that DR objective in that team fight. You know, C is very strong when it comes to that brawl. We have seen that one great sustain from Pego as well, and they have just picked off How in that situation. And FLA, on that matter, securing objectives here. It's gonna look great against CE, especially they rely for Zalpi scaling here without the DR buffs. They are in a disadvantage here, but now going to go for this Rift Herald this time around.
Yeah, but Doming is just around the corner. Fennel University has information on what's happening on the Rift Herald pit. If ever they do contest, they could go for it, but rather CE getting the Rift Herald uncontested.
Twice in a row, they secured this Rift Herald on the side of CE here. They need to break down that mid card here.
Yeah.
But again, they are going to have this cohesive movement right now in the middle lane, while Pego is forced to defend the bot side. Great pressure once now. A 1-3-1 once again we are seeing here Infinity. There are just too much pressure in the side lanes, but this is going to be a siege in the mid.
Yeah, nice taunt coming through. Now it's gonna be Raph going up, and now Hectic Ultimate will lock in onto Zalpi. Stays his headshot, buying some time. Rift Herald punched that mid lane turret, secures it for CE. But here's the thing, Fennel University, big brain. Got two turrets clean 3-for-1. Bot lane to top lane.
Exactly. Same thing we have seen at the game one. Of course, Infinity. Those pressure on the side lanes right now will be a big factor for C, despite they have opened the mid against the side of FLA. Again, mobility is the weakness, to be honest, for the side of CE here. They must look out for the side lane pressure because this will continue for the side of FLA with the Zed, with the Camille once again in their side here. Man, CE should look out for this strategy coming in from the side of FLA.
Yeah, and I want to take note of the items of Zalp now. Trinity Forest and BRK. So those staff is gonna hurt, right? If you use it as a skill, that's gonna put the punch on the HP of Fennel Adversity. So we need to keep an eye on Zalp in this game moving forward because those items are building up to destroy FLA.
Yeah, that's true. And this is what they want. This is what CE wants. They want this proper itemizations here for Zalpi. And because the heavy damage dealer will not rely for How only, but mainly on Zalpi here. We have mentioned, of course, Zalpi is the carry jungler here for the side of CE. They need this guy to deliver the most damage. Again, split push on the top side, putting pressure here, and the rest of CE going to go for the split push as well on the bot. But this is going to be a response for FLA.
Yeah, Mega Inferno Bomb, clear out the wave, not going to be enough. CE gets that third bot lane, but now Hexic Ultimatum followed up with Heroes Entrance, knocks in onto one. CC chain is flawless and Ivalice goes down. Now How is down to low HP. He is going to be dead as soon as he puts up that Stacia Zanchan. Triple for Fennel Adversity. Make it quad as Floor dies. And now the only one left. Pago into the mid lane, running away. 6 seconds for the Ocean Drake.
Oh my, CE there, flanking maneuver coming in from FLA out of nowhere, Arise from the top, now joining in the fray there. As you can see here, they're just scattered right now. Great combo wombo for the side of FLA, and while Danny on the flanks just giving up those bombs against FLA, and Arise out of nowhere, popping up the heads there against the side of CE, and we haven't seen Pago in that situation as well. They are scattered, and that is going to be a big win once again for FLA, securing yet another PR buff on their side.
Yeah, and we've missed the Ocean Drake being taken by Fennel Adversity, but consider how Pago is really, really low on that fight. Might just be a couple of hints there, getting some vision, trying to steal, not going to be able to. So Fennel Adversity has all the dragons so far. So that's the important team note to take note of. Moving forward. And now Cerebrum Esports needs to take something away from Fennel Adversity because what we're looking at right now is a 7k goal lead for FLA.
I think they need to take this BR buff here on the side in order to compensate the loss on their lane pressure, because with this BR buff they do have the sieging power to go forward against FLA. And with the team fight, and I've said is that CE is very strong here. Just gonna chase Arise. This will continue here for the side of FLA. This is one of their strength against the team composition of CE. Pago cannot even chase on that Arise's Zed. And look at this one. CE right now converging in the mid. They need to make some plays. They need to go for the takeoff here in order to go for that PR takedown. And the vision, yes indeed, will be an advantage here for the side of FLA.
Yeah, Fennel can even bait here. It's like, hey, we're here. Try to catch us, and we're going to counter-engage. But they opted to not go for it, which I think is clever. And now Cerebrum Esports just lost some time, just waiting onto the mid lane for FLA to come up, and they didn't know that FLA had vision. So that's the losing part of having no vision here. And now CE lost some farm, and now the gold lead is now up to 7k gold for FLA.
You know what? This Garen, this Pago and the Garen is very tanky, to be honest. But what's the purpose of being a tank? Tanky if FLA is just going to avoid you?
Or having penetration items.
Oh yeah, they are going, but basically they are just going to avoid here. Pago right now is just so far away here for the side of CE, making that isolation place. While once Pago joining in this team fight, split push coming in from FLA will commence.
Yeah, they're running, but they can't catch up. FLA too quick.
Exactly.
go.
And look at this one. Oh, the response coming in from Fego here, but Arai still going to continue this pressure.
Mid lane.
And this is going to be a team fight in the mid.
Taunt onto Zhao P. Mega Inferno Bomb, a lot of damage. Half HP already for Zhao P. He doesn't even had to do anything there. And he's down for the count. Zhao P is gone. Hal used up Flash, used up the heal, but it's not going to be enough to save 3 of his teammates. And he's down as well. And Tago is very low. He's trying to run away, but FLA has secured the ace and is now looking to mid lane.
Similar situation, Infinity. Pego was on the bot side. I told you, they just avoid Pego here, making some isolation plays, and this is going to be a GG push.
Yeah, FLA is going for it. A lot of timers for CE, and FLA gets the 2-0 against CE, swiping Cerebrum Esports.
Oh man, that flawless streak still continues, ladies and gentlemen. 2 games in a row, 2 series in a row. They have just showing dominance here in the start of our second round robin. And our panels have said that Fennel adversity could possibly surpass Underground's record right now and will be the new kings in our group stages.
Well, we'll see. Fennel Adversity is looking very, very clean so far. From week 1 up until today, they have showed up greatness and dominance in the Rift. But now looking into highlights here, tell me what happened in this early game that led to this dominating win from Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, that's unfortunate here for the side of CE. They've been picked off. The double kill coming in from Arise, making his, of course, Zed online as in early as possible here against the side of CE. Look at his team fight right now coming in from, of course, Cerebrum here. They going to go for the DR, but look at how FLA going to go for the disengage, trying to go for the isolation play as well. Arise just giving the pokes as well, as same as Danny. They are just very tanky indeed in the early stage of the game. They are very strong when it comes to a 5v5, but FLA knows their stuff, that they are going to go for the split push instead. Don't force the team fight when it comes to a 5v5. Look at Pego there. Pego just so far away without the heavy tank in the side of CE. It's no use here for the side of CE to have a prolonged team fight because the damage can rip through because FLA has so many assassins, too much poking power in the burst potential as well.
Yeah, it's
Pego again. Look at Pego.
Camille,
So
it's
far.
Camille Gallo. It's Camille Gallo here it's just absolutely insane from Fennel Adversity. Like, what can you do? Hextech Ultimatum followed up by the Hero's Entrance, and some of the members of Cerebrum Esports didn't even have Stasis Enchant. Like, Pego went in for Redemption, Floor went in for double Redemption as well, so that makes it 2 for CE. So there's just a lot of engage coming through to the side of Fennel Adversity. And of course, the center of that damage is going to be Danny on that Ziggs, what we predicted when they had the Infernal Dragon.
And again, Danny, Mr. Consistent. Still the MVP, ladies and gents. I believe he has the most MVPs in our league right now. Infinity. Whatever champion he uses is just delivering it consistently all throughout the games here on the side of FLA. I think this is a great boost of morale here on the side of FLA right now. They are on the top of the hill right now. They are the kings so far in our second group stages. I think this streak will still continue here in our third week. They are looking pretty strong. That reset after the second week made a lot of difference of what we have seen FLA on the first 2 weeks of their gameplay, but here in the third week they're just flawless.
Yeah, flawless. Nice pun. I love it. When I heard it a while ago, I mean, that is the sole definition of what happened in that series number 4 today of FLA versus CE. It's absolutely clean coming in for the side of Fennel Adversity. And yes, game number 2 was a bit of a rocky road in the beginning of that match. I mean, that's Camille Gallo, a lot more damage coming through and the items are coming in. So they're just waiting for that opportunity. And when it comes to mid-game, it's just down for the count for FLA, winning it through and through. But ladies and gentlemen, that is series number 4, the last series of today. I'm Infinity and this is Deadeye, and along with the shoutcasters in the caster's desk prior to the series, thank you very much for watching. We're gonna take a short break, but don't go away because when we come back, it's a panel doing some interviews and breaking down what happened in that Series 4.
A bright light feels right. I can't lie. I'm Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise?
Welcome back to the WCS PH, guys, where Fennel Adversity takes it home once again, 2-0 against Cerebrum Wildrift. Now, Oculus, as we jump into our series highlights, we were saying how, the rest of our teams, they kind of follow kind of back-to-school archetypes. Would you say Fennel Adversity is our current, is pretty much our current star student?
Well, currently they are tied with Underground series score, so safe
Underground
to
is
say
the
they're
exchange student, though.
yeah, they're in contention for the valedictorian spot or the Latin award that is very elusive and that is very sought after. But on game number 1, 19-0 was the kill count, or was the kill record, and this was one kill, I would say, less from the 20-0 that we saw FLA versus CE was. It just so happened that FLA knows how to play against this type of composition. Carry junglers in general. I feel that their scrimmages and their scrim partners have been doing this a lot, and so they know what to do in certain situations. And that just goes to show that the discipline that we've been talking about when talking about FLA is still there, regardless of what team they're facing.
And Dash, any thoughts on the rest of the series?
Something that I would like to point out is during both of the games, it was pick composition for the side of the CE. I mean, for the side of FLA. I mean, holding the Zed and the Kha'Zix against a Jax, that is really gonna be easy to pull off because Jax needs a lot of time before he ramps up his damage, and Doming and the Rice just shut him down every step of the way, and it was just masterful for this team. I mean, they've been disciplined so far. Even in the game in where they got 19-0, even after they get advantages, they back away. They don't take risks.
Exactly.
They want to go for the win, and they want it to hurt every time.
And I have to say, with Cerebrum Wildrift, I have to say, like, Evil is really pushing the Lulu top as well.
Right.
And you guys gotta hand it to them. It's like they will stick to their guns of like, no, this NASA's pick. Really, we gotta see this through. And then it seems like Lulu to be doing the same for the Lulu pick as well. So job well done to Fennel Adversity, of course. We will be bringing them in for the interview. These guys, I feel like they're almost a perfect attendance here on the panel. They're pretty much like the first 4th panelists, right? I think they're perfect attendance so far. There you have it.
There's something, who is going to have that award. The best in
right,
attendance.
Best in attendance.
Yeah, the best in attendance will mean that, the most interviews. And in order for you to have the most interviews, you have to be number 1.
Right.
That's
We'll
right.
see.
That's right. We should have that award. We should have that award. And so
Best
far,
in
of course,
attendance.
best in attendance. Best in attendance
Okay.
here at the panel. And so far, Fennel Adversity, you're very much in the running for that award. Let's bring them here over to our panel desk for our post-game interview. I believe we will be talking to Calm, and of course, the rest of Fennel Adversity is there as well.
guys.
Hello, guys. Congratulations to you all, of course, on that. I know it's quite late right now. I'm actually going to throw this to Dash first before proceeding with my questions in case you guys have something to say to the team.
Something that I want to say for FLA. I was kind of thinking what I'm going to ask them because honestly, FLA has been very perfect so far.
Yeah.
This is just me going to praise them every time. I love the discipline. I love the way you guys play. But for Calm, I think Mika Fabs actually prepared a lightning round. I prepared mine.
I did.
So Calm,
I did.
you
Oh,
should
okay.
answer these 3 questions. Sino sa team mo? First, we have 3. We have 3. You need to answer this fast. Okay, so 1, who's the most vocal?
Si Danny po.
Pinamaingay.
Danny.
Oh, si
Okay.
Danny.
Second,
Shot caller.
okay, this is for me. Who
Grabe,
smells the
grabe,
nicest?
Grabe po. No, binamay. Ano po?
Who smells the nicest? Sino pinakamabango?
Si Rafi po.
Last one.
Itsura pa lang eh.
Sino yung kaduo mo most of the time pag nag-rank duo kayo?
Si Domeng po, si Domeng. Yeah.
That's it for me. Thank you, Con. Thank you.
Autolus, do you want to add to this lightning round before I proceed with my questions? I feel like it's like my questions are
I'm not for the lightning round, Mika. I'll save my question for the last. I have an interesting question, but for you, Mika.
All right. Okay. It looks like we have very interesting set of questions for you, no? And as you are representing Fennel Adversity, again, I am going to continue the lightning round for this. So you just have to tell me who in the team fits the description, okay? So, sino yung early bird sa team? Include the coaches, if ever.
Si
Early bird.
Danny po. Si Danny po.
Danny?
Early bird natin.
Early
Bago
bird.
mo
Catches the early worm.
Wow! Tsaka si Horizon.
Opo, si Ryzen po.
Si Horizon early in the morning. Okay.
Mhm.
So, kung
Yes.
sila yung early bird, sino yung unang matulog?
Sila pong pareho, dalawa.
Mga naman.
Same din. Kaya pala. Sino yung pinakamagaling magluto?
Oh. Nice question.
Wala po dito nagluluto.
Si Maneli. Si Manager Eli.
Sa manager. Kanino? Si manager yung pinakamagaling magluto. If ever maghihiram ka ng pera, sino yung una sa team na lalapitan mo? You need to borrow money.
Si Maynard po.
Ay, grabe.
Si Rice ba? Tama ba?
Opo, si Arise po.
Congress Mayo Yorme
It looks like the whole team agrees with that. There seems to be a story there. Parang lahat ng team nag-agree dyan,
Pautang na lang din.
And finally, sino yung masasabi mong pinaka-pasaway sa scrims?
Si Rafi po. Babalik po lagi.
Rafi. Okay, so Rafi talaga, no? There's Rafi, actually question ko para sa iyo. Wala ka namang kumbaga concerns na ang tawag namin sa iyo, Rafi, kasi we've been receiving, I would say, messages na Raf or Rafe daw yung dapat itawag sa iyo. Pero okay ka ba sa Rafi?
Yes po. Okay. Nasanay na din po ako. Pero Rafe
Nasanay na. Dapat Rafe talaga. Medyo mahirap eh. Pasensya ka na, Rafi. Rafi pa rin nagtatawag sa'yo. And meron na ako isa pang tanong. Mika, tapos ka na ba?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Meron kasing nagsabi sa akin na yung pancit canton mo daw, kakaiba yung flavor. Ang flavor daw ng pancit canton mo, may mayonnaise. Totoo ba yung chismis?
Yes po, hindi lang mayonnaise. Japanese mayonnaise pa. Okay, siyempre.
Grabe.
QP. Sorry, brand ba yun? Sorry, direct ko. QP.
Masarap yun.
Social.
Masarap po yun.
Parang nga eh. May bigla na lang nag-crave ako. Kaso lang may shot kasi ako ng vinegar mamaya. So, Fennel, do you guys have shoutouts that you'd like to give and messages siguro to all of your fans and all of your supporters?
Shoutout po sa tatay ko na nanonood ngayon. Saka sa mga kapatid ko po. Kay Stephanie po tsaka kay Kurt. Tapos kay Danilo po. Kay Danilo sa tatay po ni Domeng. Number 1 fan po namin yun eh.
Tito Danilo.
So sweet.
Adversity at saka po sa coach po namin, kay Coach Mel, sa analyst, kay analyst JLC, tapos sa lahat po ng katim ko, si Ryzen, si Sir Ray, tsaka po si Sir Endo po, tsaka po si Sir Max. Tapos lahat po nakakampi ko, si Aray, si Rafi, si Domeng, si Danny. Tsaka po yung buhay ng Pinoy sa Japan. Cherry Vegas po. Mama po ng si Reggie po.
Reggie, of course.
Saka po yung violet namin.
Before we let you go, I actually have a question for the rest of the team. Ano yung feeling na na sina-shoutout kayo pero katabi mo yung yung nagsa-shoutout?
Yung parang nasa TV namin.
Fennel Adversity, thank you so much. Good night and congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll see you in the rest of your games.
GG's.
Oh, so fun. That was
That's
so fun.
wholesome.
I think it's
Yeah,
safe to
I like
say, Mika, that Rafi is okay because his
Yeah.
teammates has been calling him Rafi. So let's take
Yeah,
it that way.
yeah. I think that's totally fine. You know what else is fine? As we head over to today's results, I'm gonna show you guys. This is a sachet of vinegar.
Oh,
Look, it literally says vinegar. It's not open
There's
yet.
a sachet of vinegar.
Yeah. I think
the only one I know that has that packet is
I think-
ketchup eh.
Ewan ko.
oh,
Nakuha to sa mga deliveries. I think it came in a delivery. I can't remember which one. I don't know which
Really?
has this, but it's a sachet.
And then
it's
there's
not open.
urine sapa. No, I'm kidding.
look at this. Yeah.
Yeah, color white. You're not laughing.
I don't know, but
Ashing,
as
let's
we
go.
as we move into
Drinking a lot of
today's
water.
results, I'm going to open this and with a pair of scissors and put it into this glass just so that you guys can see. This is the smallest glass that I have, by the way. So let's all move on over to today's results while Dash and I are preparing
I'll
our
discuss this,
shots
Mika.
over here. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah,
What
sure.
news?
All right, and the first game of our first match of the series, Team Secret upends UDG. This is actually very interesting because Team Secret, again, day number 1 at WCSPH, they faced UDG, and there were questions raised at the very beginning. 0-2, now 2-1 in favor of CS. The rivalry continues. Similar with Oasis and RRQ, Oasis was able to now finish the job. Last time around that these two teams met, what happened was Oasis got the first score and then RQ was able to come back. Now for GS and SS and FLA and CE, same results were given. What happened during the first week did actually happen on the third week. Now, after the results, I think directly will be showing the standings already. And this is going to be very interesting because if I'm not mistaken, there's a tie ongoing already at the first place, which I did not expect. How about you, Dash and Mika? Did you expect a tie on the first place as early as week number 3?
For me first, I didn't expect it. I didn't expect a tie for the first place, to be honest, because honestly, during the first, for week 1, week 2, UDG has been at the top, and it's because we did not reach the point in where they fought FLA until now, in where they lost, and now UDG lost again to Team Secret. I wasn't expecting that to happen. I was expecting UDG to stay on the top, but yeah, things happen.
go.
But what about you, Mika?
Yeah, I did think that there would be like a little tug of war at the top, definitely. But I honestly thought that it was gonna be one of those teams was gonna be Team Secret, definitely. So I thought they were gonna be up there. Of course, we're not done yet, so there is still time, of course, to make that climb all the way up from 6th place. But I have to say, I'm very, very happy, with the teams that we have right now. It's been so exciting and it's been so unpredictable, and I think that's what's beautiful about the Wildrift scene that we have right now. And of course, I believe we have tomorrow's schedule up next. So it's gonna be, again, this is the second round of our round robin over here. So going over to tomorrow's schedule, again, we're going to see these matches, and I think as we did during the first time this round happened, we had Team Secret versus RRQ, which will be really interesting. I'm eager to see your predictions, gentlemen, on what the series will be, especially after the previous weeks, and whether some of these things are going to change. But Dash, any thoughts on tomorrow's schedule?
Yeah, I'm excited by most of this, but what I want to point out is between Team Secret versus RRQ on the second match, which could potentially change the tides for both of these teams. That this is something that could put them up there, or could put them down, which is why right now Team Secret RRQ, they have been stepping up for this week, and I hope they would be able to continue during day 3. But the other games right here, GS versus FLA, also something that I'm excited about. Would GS be able to take down FLA after that? Because honestly, Grindsky has been playing pretty well so far. And I wish they would be able to continue that, because remember, I bought the one-way ticket. So yeah.
So you're going for GS tomorrow? Oh, you're not with the
One-way ticket. One-way ticket.
But one-way ticket. So yeah, if I was there, I will though.
You can't say no to GS. For me, I will be closely looking at Oasis and FLA, mainly because both of them are undefeated during week number 3. And I have some fascination about undefeated teams because it makes things a lot easier for me to choose an MVP. So
Right.
far, I think Danny is running away with things with so many MVPs racking his way, and I think he will be week 3 MVP if they get to win against GS tomorrow.
Yeah, and we now know the secret. Danny sleeps very early because the early bird really does indeed catch the worm. And that's about it for our show today. And Dash, are you ready for this?
Yeah, actually.
There
my,
you
my,
go.
my, my
I
little
think this is
studio,
a
by the
lot,
way,
though. Oh
my studio smells like vinegar now. My little makeshift studio.
I
Smells
know
like
that you have to
Yeah.
make your preparations over there. And I see Dash, I see Mika. Hey,
Okay, I just want to say, I just want to give a shout out. This was for, I believe this is for Calvin from RRQ. Cheers, my dude. Let's go. This event is made possible by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games.
Well, let me look at you first, RN. Then, we would also like to acknowledge our official mobile partner in Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with 33 watts pro fast charging enabled by the all-new MMT technology and a 6 nanometer Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page. And of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board. Can you still close, Mika?
I can still
You good?
close. Yes, I
You
can.
good? You good?
We just have
Okay.
that. You know that they call it the asim kilig.
I know,
I'm crying.
I know.
I'm crying. Oh my god.
It's kind of different from what I experienced because apple cider was like,
That's
gives
different.
you the punch to the side.
Yeah,
something
yeah,
like
yeah,
this.
yeah. No, that's different. That's really hardcore. That is really hardcore, and hence that is why Autolus gets a pass for this. He did it already.
Yeah.
You can just go back to the stream and watch it. But that is a wrap for Num Num Day 2 of our 3rd week here at the
see.
WCS. The playoffs are drawing closer and closer, so stay tuned tomorrow for more of the action. Same time, same place. We will see you then. As my friend Watch Spice would say, good night and have fun playing Wildrift.
I guess.
I guess.
Yes. Wildrift.
Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake out the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies. Knowing that the way is right. Guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carry silent goodbye. Diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get.